Hey everybody, and yes, I watched the video before us starting the live. So basically, what was happening was that was a funeral, and she was basically praying to God. And yeah, this as for the super chat here, thanks. She was praying to God, right? And she was asking, "Oh, Papa," that some people say Papa, some people say Nana, to mean Father, the Most High. Please make sure that this older person did not die in vain and that he meets our ancestors up in heaven. Basically, that's what she said during that point of the video. And yeah, I know I previewed this to 9, but I forgot I was supposed to actually preview it to 8. So in any case, the latest is that there was a Nigerian man who bowed down to Americans. They were Hebrew Israelites actually, and he was bowing down, like kneeling. Okay, well, I'll just say bow down. He was bowing down to basically, well, appease them, I'll say, as a sign of, I don't really know, but they took it as a sign of, oh, this Nigerian is being honest about
They
slavery.
took it as a sign of, oh, this Nigerian.
And also they said things like, oh, this was Hebrew Israelites. So they were like, oh, we're not African, blah, 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 blah. And, watching that video was just amazing. It's amazing. I mean, first and foremost, like, does bending down and kneeling down, does that mean an apology? It just goes back to that argument of apologize, not apologize. And even in apologizing, I feel like there's a way to apologize. Like, even bending down, kneeling down, I don't remember him saying sorry. I just remember him bending down. And to me, it's like a man bending down to a man is just weird for me to see. I'll be honest, because in my culture, women bend down to men that they respect. So usually a wife will bend down or kneel to her husband, or sometimes you bend down amongst older folks just to show respect. So me seeing that guy bend down, it gave me, like, I'll be honest, it gave me homoerotic vibes. It kind of did. And to me, it's like, ugh, I don't know how people, I don't know how people find this to be amusing. This is an insult, if you ask me. I mean, yeah, I mean, why gotta bend? And to me, even in that video, it's like it took Africans back, like it set Africans back, because these Hebrew Israelites are gonna be entitled, and they're gonna think that most Africans or some Africans are gonna want to bend down to them. And it's like, sorry, I don't feel like you have to bend down to a human being unless it's a king, it's royalty, then you bend down to the royalty. Other than that, and maybe, if you're more on the traditional side, you want to bend down to your husband, cool, but just randomly bending down to random people, or sorry, bowing down to random people, it's just unnecessary to me. I think, like, I don't know. I don't know why people act like this. I really don't know. And I don't know why people demand, or I'm hmm. See, this is the tricky part of the video. I can't come here and say that he was coerced or forced. In fact, I don't know if he was. I don't think he was. So it begs the question to me, why did he do it at all? Like, I don't understand what bending down or kneeling down to anybody. I don't understand what that accomplishes. Like, other people will say, "Oh, it made us happy." Like I just to me, it's just so dehumanizing that a man bends down to another man. Me personally, but let me see what you guys are saying. So yeah, first commenter, thanks for the super chat. I did translate, but if you're still here, you want more clarity, I can definitely go over that. Hey Mali, what's going on? Hi, I stop immigration now. All right, so let me play the video real quick. Let me find it. But Kai's already played this video, right? But I mean, I just wanted to show it again. This is super annoying because of thing. What's his name? Because of Balasti, I have I reset so many of my passwords. I literally don't remember what they are. So give me a moment to sign in. Balasti, thank you so much for this, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. But yeah, what's going on? How you guys doing? It's kind of late here. Oh, by the way, I wanted to also let people know, please do not get used to me streaming every day. Please don't get used to it. This is just I don't even know what it is. It's just a phase, but it's gonna die out eventually. So don't get used to it and then get mad a couple weeks later, like, oh, she was supposed to be here. No, I wasn't. I only stream once a week. I'm just, I don't know. I'm just in the mood right now for streaming. That's why I'm here. This is so annoying. Oh my goodness. Sorry, I have to sign in. I don't even remember my password. That's how sad it is. Um okay, this is the wrong account. This is so annoying. It gave me like a password for another account and it signed it. Man. Yeah, so basically what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to log into my YouTube so that I could, because StreamYard and YouTube are two different emails. Okay, so I don't need to have access to my email to have access to my StreamYard. It's already connected to YouTube. So I'm trying to log into YouTube right now because I'm trying to show the video or my house smells so good right now. I outdid myself. So let me see. Hold on. What was my password? I'll just type in forgot password and reset this whole thing. I'm really I'm really annoyed right now, but it's okay. Give me one moment. If it doesn't work this way, I'll try a different way. Okay, this is taking way too long. So let me just. It's honestly a 1 minute clip. So let me just upload it on a different account and then show it that way. Or wait. Wait 1 second. Let me see if I can. I guess I'll reset my password later. Thanks, Balaxty. Oh no, but it's not Belasti. It's just the fear and having to reset all my passwords in like 1 day and not really writing them not really writing them down either. That was kind of stupid. But anyway, yeah, so I'm just gonna upload it. Hold on, give me 1 moment. Oh, and Belasti, if you're there, hey boo. Hey boo, how you doing? Belasti, if you're there, somebody wants to talk to you on the phone. Just letting you know, I'm just giving you a heads up that people are looking for you. They want to talk to you. They want to have a one-on-one conversation with you and get down to business, you know? So, I mean, I don't know if you're going to do that, but if you are, I'm just saying you might want to have your phone ready for that and let them know because I don't know, they really want to talk to you. I'm pretty sure he's here. Okay, finally, I got into my other accounts. Okay, I got into my other account. So I'm just uploading the video. So it's probably going to be here in a minute. In a minute. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. I really did not know it was going to be like that. But yeah, what's up? What's up? What's up? What are you guys doing? What are you guys up to? Let me read some of your. Okay, hello Am, how are you today? I rarely watch your channel. Sounds like interesting topic. Is that your photo on the screen? No, that's my cousin. I love her so much though. Yeah, that's not me. So, yeah. Okay, so someone was talking about this why like an African, right, got mad at like always, but an African got especially mad at me because they were like, well, I'm angry about it too. Like, I'm not gonna lie, but I mean, at the end of the day, he decided to embarrass himself. So, what can I really do about it? You know, like, he's a grown man. No one forced him to do that. He chose to do that. Um, Again, to me, at least I think to me, an apology is an apology. Um, I mean, if you wouldn't bend down or kneel down to another man, not sure why you would, especially to Hebrew Israelites. They were so, he, not all, but there's a sector of Hebrew Israelites that we know hate Africans. And I mean, I've looked into the Hebrew Israelite religion a little bit, and these people are kind of crazy. Um, yeah, these people are like calling people Semites, Hamites, blah blah blah. Like, okay, fine, cool. Call people Semites, Hamites. That's fine, but I mean, the ones that I've personally seen, I'm just gonna say that they call Africans weird things, you know, like they um call Africans monkeys, they call Africans backwards, they call African this, they call Africans that, and I'm like, didn't you come from an African? I mean, I get it, you don't have to claim African, but didn't you come from that? So it's like just the the thought of just, you know, thinking that other people don't look at you that way, or that other people don't realize that you were related to that, to me is very, very interesting. At least I think it is. You know, I mean, when people, these are the same people, right? The Hebrew Israelites, the ones that are like this, not all of them, but the sector that's like this, when they go like, okay, well, black power, black this, black that, but then they make fun of black people like Africans are a sector of black people. I mean, because this is the confusing part. Like, people will be like, you're not black, you're African. But then when you say, okay, cool, I'm not black, then they'll be like, oh no, but you are black, you're self hating. Which one is it? Like, I just want to know which one are people okay with, because it's really confusing when people go like, "Oh no, you're not black. Black is a culture," and then you maybe claim black as the skin tone, and they go like, "You can't do that because you're not us." So I'm just like, so what do you want? What really do you want people to claim? Especially, I noticed they get so mad when foreigners do it, and I'm just like, but you say that they're not black at all. At least with like West Central Africans, you will let them use the word black. But with foreigners, you'll be like, you're not black. So then it's like, why do you get so angry when they say, yeah, you're right, I'm not? What do you mean? It's like, I just, because let's say that because I'll never claim black as a culture. I don't need to. But if I claim black as a skin tone, and then you have other people going like, "Oh no, you can't do that," it doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I get very confused on that. So what do you want me to claim whites? Like, I don't, what exactly should people claim? That's the part that gets me kind of confused, you know? And then they'll be like, "Oh, Africans don't join the Black Power movement." But you just said I'm not black. Why would I join the Black Power movement if you just said I can't be black? Like, it's it's a lot of mixed signals, right? It's a lot of mixed signals. Okay, let me try to play it now. Hold on. Hmm. Okay. Just having a lot of issues. So I'll play another video in the meanwhile. Which one should I play? Okay, I'll play this one.
Guys, this is heavy, man. And this is what they wear on their neck. All true. When I was younger, I used to hear stories about how foreign ships used to come down to the coast of Nigeria and take a lot of us away as slaves, like in millions, to go and work for them overseas under very inhumane conditions. Off the coast of Lagos is a place called Badagry, and this place holds a significant history in the slave trade era. So I want you guys to come along with me, and let's see what happens in Badagry. I have long legs. Badagry is a place where many slaves were kept, and it's also a place that tells the story of how the slave trade started. It was one of the major routes for the transatlantic slave trade. I don't really know a lot about the slave trade, so I decided to go down there and meet up with somebody whose grandparents were alive during the era of the slave trade to tell me the story about how slave trade started in Nigeria. How far now? How are you doing? Yeah. Yeah, Tayo.
The compound that we have is known as Brazilian barracoon. And barracoon is a Portuguese word meaning slave cell or storehouse where the slave were being stored. And the compound right now, we have to about 40 rooms in this compound.
Okay, so this is where they kept slaves?
Yes, in the olden days. And that is say each room contains 40 slaves. So this is called cowrie shell, as you can see.
Okay.
So those are the kind of currency our forefathers used then.
Yeah, this is what they used to use as means of exchange.
Yeah, but when they came, them say they can do business with our father with this kind of money. Right on the wall, these were some of the European products that were used in exchange for the slave when they arrived. Like if the European give you one umbrella, you give them 40 human beings as a slave.
Okay. Is this one of the rooms that
this is
40 people?
Yes, yeah.
40 people?
40, yeah,
inside here?
Yeah, and we have 40 rooms in the compound.
Wow.
This one is called covling yoke. They use it to join two slaves together. They put this at the ankle or the
Okay, to join two slaves together by the leg.
Now, look at that small window tile. Can you see that small window there?
Yeah.
And that's what we provided the ventilation. Imagine 40 able human beings in there for 3 to 4 months.
40 human beings inside here.
Imagine the odor, the heat. Imagine how many human beings because they will have died here. That's the reason when people come there, tell them you are not here to cash fund, but just to feel the pain the people at the bazaar felt. And those are the items that I show you on the wall. Each go for 10 slaves. These are 50 human beings. Look at your back there. This bottle, if you look closely at the body, you see 373. They customized on the body. That's 10 human beings standing. So,
guys, can you imagine the conditions that the slaves had to live in? 40 people in a room that is not even enough for one person. 40 people had to stay inside that room. I can't even begin to imagine how most of them would have felt.
So these are the canon.
Okay.
100, that's 200 slaves.
For this cannons,
you can't give you the long one, you give them 100 human beings, another 100. That's
wow. These are the chains they use for the slaves.
You can see, that's why I say you can see how.
Wow. So they put it, let me try it.
Okay. So just tell the people how you feel.
Wow, this is heavy, man. Fuck, this is heavy. Ouch. It's even drawing my neck. Guys, this is heavy, man. And this is what they wear on their neck, all true?
Yes, it should be in a single file, in a straight row. This another neck. It could be like 100 of them.
Wow, man, guys, this is very heavy. And they wear this all day, every time.
Yeah, while they're taking it away.
And it's even, this thing at the back is so not comfortable.
Yeah. And that's their drinking pot here.
Oh, this is where they drink from.
They don't allow them to use cup, but they tie the hand at the back. They do water just with.
Wow. So everybody goes in.
Imagine why the water gets below, while struggling, the head can still injure the slave.
Wow. Just putting the chain on my neck, those chains were so heavy and it was hurting my neck, as you can see in the video. And these people had to go through all of this and they had no choice. Separated from their families, separated from everybody that they knew and sold. As you can imagine how these people were treated. So now we're going to the point of no return. And for us to do that, we have to cross over this lagoon here and get to the other side. That's where we see the point of no return. Point of no return is a point where once slaves get to, they can't come back anymore.
You know, Badagry was founded around 1425.
Okay.
By a man called Agbede.
Agbede. Okay.
Yeah. And Agbede means blacks meat in Yorubas. The slave ship, which is called cargo ship, will be awaiting the slave.
On the other side?
At the other side of the
That's beach. At the Atlantic
Ocean? Yeah. They will come in, get to the town, get the number of slaves that they want.
Okay.
After getting the slaves, they will now walk there in a single file.
Down to the beach?
They'll be in a straight roll.
Wow.
And that heavy chain will be on their necks.
You know, most times when they talk about the slave trade, it's always looking like, okay, it's just only the Europeans that were selling slaves. But it kind of seems like we Nigerians were also selling ourselves as slaves.
Very, very correct. Like me, that I'm standing with you.
Yeah.
My forefathers were not slave traders, but we own slaves.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
You understand? How do we own our slave? If you have the money, then you can move down to the market.
Yeah.
And buy your slaves.
Okay.
Nigerians did to black people? What did they do to black people?
We sold you guys as slaves.
Hey, give him a hand. Give him a hand. For those of you that didn't hear what he said, this Nigerian is on his knees because he said, we sold you black people as slaves. This is what he's saying right now. He's recognizing that slavery was part and parcel because and that's what I mean. You Negroes want to be African. Africa, Africa, Africa. Here's a real African. Here's a real life Nigerian right before your eyes. And he said, we sold you in slavery. I'm on my knees to make payments for it. I'm on my knees to apologize. I assume you apologize. He's on his knees to apologize. Black people, you should see this, man. Don't be afraid. Ain't nobody gonna harm you. Come on up here and see this Nigerian. See it for yourself. See it and learn. Learn that you are not an African, that you are God's chosen people, that the Africans sold into slavery in America, man. And this man is admitting it right now today, man. Hey, man, thank you very much for telling us the truth. You brought the truth out before us today. I know y'all wanted to get the whole boot history. Y'all ain't taking up my time. From Nigeria. And are you on your knees because you recognize what the Nigerians did to black people? What did they do to black people?
We sold you guys as slaves.
Hey, give him a hand. Give him a hand. For those of you that didn't hear what he said, this Nigerian is on his knees because he said, we sold you black people as slaves. This is what he's saying right now. He's recognizing that slavery was part and parcel because and that's what I mean. You Negroes want to be African. Africa, Africa, Africa. Here's a real African. Here's a real life Nigerian right before your eyes. And he said, we sold you in slavery. I'm on my knees to make payments for it. I'm on my knees to apologize. I assume you apologize. He's on his knees to apologize. Black people, you should see this, man. Don't be afraid. Ain't nobody gonna harm you. Come on up here and see this Nigerian. See it for yourself. See it and learn. Learn that you are not an African, that you are God's chosen people, that the Africans sold into slavery in America, man. And this man is admitting it right now today, man. Hey, man, thank you very much for telling us the truth. You brought the truth out before us today. I know y'all wanted to get the whole boot history. Y'all ain't taking up my time.
Jeez. Okay, finally figured the sound out. But yeah, that was really, I don't know, man. That was really bad. I think that did not, in my opinion, that did not accomplish anything. That maybe made some people's egos feel better, but they're still going to go back to saying you guys sold us after that apology. Or apparently, okay, so apparently him bending down and kneeling down was accompanied with an apology. Last time I checked, apology is not enough. You're supposed to pay them. So, I mean, do they want an apology without money? I don't, from what I'm getting, that's not what they want. So, what's the point in even doing that? Like, at all? I don't get it, you know? And who is he apologizing on behalf of? Because nobody knows his lineage. So what if he didn't sell anyone? Like, I don't there okay, the reason why I'm saying that is there are people with lineages today who did in fact sell them. It's that they usually know if they sold them. Like there was that BBC article was like, "Oh, my grandfather sold slaves." Like, people know in their lineage if they did or did not, right? So I'm sure. Well, I don't think he did, or his ancestors. Not he. My bad. I don't think his ancestors did that. What really was the whole point in that? And of all people, that fringe group of Hebrew Israelites who are confused, they just said that they're not African. So if they're not African at all, their words, not mine, why would you need to apologize to them if they're not African? It's like the whole situation. It's sorry, my bad for taking forever. I really didn't know how to work this stuff, but the whole situation doesn't make any sense, and I don't think that leaves, maybe that leaves one party satisfied, but the other party, it leaves that man with nothing but a loss of dignity. It leaves that man with, okay, so basically apologize so everything is over, like the problem's still not even solved, if we really want to take it there. I really don't know what the point of that whole interaction was. Maybe to make someone happy and have bragging rights, but again, I don't know what that accomplished at all, other than filling somebody's ego. I don't see why that needed to happen. So they are African and they know it and hide it. Yeah, I mean, hey, you know what? If they want to claim to not be African, like at all, because this is the thing, you being of African descent doesn't mean you're African. I understand that, right? Like, I'll look at a Jamaican and I'll be like, you're of African descent, but you're not like African. So, if you're not going to even acknowledge that you have African descent, why are you in these spaces anyway? Like, why are you not going to Zion, being with your best friends, your family? The, what terms do they use? Is it Semites? Yeah, why are you not being with the righteous Semites? Why are you trying to be with the Hamites? You know what I mean? I don't understand I literally do not understand these people. They must have a mental illness. They must have a mental illness. Call Nigerians got banned too in Niger. Congoids banned from the UAE. That guy who kneeled down to apologize is an embarrassment. That Judah Hebrew Israelite needs to be exactly. Let me see. They call Africans Yeah, they do. What's Hamite again? No, does someone actually know the meaning of Hamite? Because I know it's bad. I know it. I think it means up like black sheep descent, like the people who are cursed. The people who are cursed, that's Hamite. Then the people who were in the desert for 400 years, nothing happened to them. They're the chosen people. But it's like, I've always wondered with Hebrew Israelites, I guess the whole aspect is there are different sectors of Israelites. There are 12 tribes of Judah, right? But I've always wondered, like, these Hebrew Israelites always complaining that the people in Palestine are not the real Jews. So I'm just like, so why did they hijack your identity? Like, when people think of Jews, Israelites, my bad, they think of Jewish people. They don't think of these other sectors of people. They think of the people that have money. They don't think of black people as the face of Israel. I've always wondered that. Like, it's whatever. I'm not going to get into it. I'm not going to. I'm not going to get into it, but I've always wondered, like, how did you let someone else hijack? Because they'll come and they'll be like, I'm the original Israelite. Everyone else is fake. So I'm just like, so do they know that you're the real one? Because I never see you talking to them about how you're the real one, but I see you talking to people like me who don't care. Uh, okay, let me not. Let me. I see you talking to people like me who are not bothered at all telling me that you're the original whatever, Hebrew, whatever. It's like, okay, um, sure, let's just go with that, sure, let's just go with that. And then another annoying aspect of these Hebrew Israelite is everybody, you go to Congo, you go to all these countries, everybody somehow came from Palestine. I'm not even freaking kidding you. Like, everybody came from Palestine, you know? And I'm just like, so are you going back or are you staying in Africa? Are you going, are you leaving, or are you just gonna bother me about how you're the original Jew? Like, what are we doing here? You know? Like, listen, I'm not sure, but just like how with certain religions you're supposed to go to the holy place, I was kind of wondering, when are they going to the holy place? Just kind of wondering about that because they've been talking about it for years. And guys, there are camps of, I don't even, I'm gonna use these words interchangeably. Hebrews and Israelites. I'm gonna use those words a lot, just back and forth, because I'll be honest with you, like, yeah, I'll just be honest with you, like, I'm not gonna be the most correct, and I can't say the other word that starts with a J too much, because that community has even been on fire today. So Hebrew Israelites asked me for $1. They not know am Yeah, see, that's what I wonder. Like, you telling me that you're not African, right? Which is fine. This is fine. You telling me you have nothing to do with the continent, but you want to bother me about, why are you coming to me? I'm cursed, remember? I'm cursed. I'm black. I can't speak good language. Yeah, I do make grammatical spelling errors sometimes. I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, I'm cursed. I'm black. I have nothing to offer. I'm stupid. I dance around in in African clothing, which apparently is a bad thing. I mean, I don't dance in it. I do wear it, but I don't dance in it. So, anyways, all of these things that my ancestors have been so gracious to pass down to me, now you're gonna say, oh, no, this is bad. Like, this is backwards. Whose standards are you saying that it's backwards on? I've always wondered. How do you know your ancestors weren't doing that either? Like, when they talk like, we're so this, we're so that, I'm just like, I will note though that that community has changed recently. I've seen it. They're more in tune with their African side. So I really do like that, because the first batch of Hebrew Israelite, the fringe group, because not all Hebrew Israelites are like that, but the fringe group that I'm talking about, back in the days, they really bullied Africans. They did. But now, they're starting to integrate into African societies and African culture. I'm not sure why. Mr. Uganda had an idea why. But you know what? I'll just have good intentions. I'll just claim that they have good intentions. Like, it's too soon for me to judge. Yeah, Bantus are not Hamites. I was taught this at a young age. They would always make the distinction. So Okay. All right. So Bantus are not Hamites because in Central Africa, that's where Hebrews are. Well, see, this is so confusing because I talked to another one and they were like, "Oh, you're righteous if you didn't partake in the slave trade, but if you partook in the slave trade, you're not righteous." So I'm just like, okay, interesting. I'm not a Khan, so I didn't partake in it. With that, and they were talking about how Khans are blessed, and I'm like, but I'm not a Khan, so where would I be in it? Just a whole bunch of names saying that no, you probably come from there. You probably have some type of ancestry towards the real Hebrew Israelite religion, and I'm just like, so why does my if that's true, why does my family not believe in that? Like, why don't they practice that? Why was that never in our oral history? It's just like I just find it like, okay, I get it. You can change your religion when you're an adult, but when you claim you're the original something and there's no oral history from your family to back that up, why? I never really understood that. No, no, I am a okay. I'm not a Santi, but I'm a Khan. Yes, I'm half a Khan. What if your tribe? What if your tribe was slavers that in turn were enslaved? That's a really good question. I don't really know the answer to that question, to be honest. I don't know. I Because I know those instances did happen. So it wasn't clearly a black and white thing. There were even kings who sold people and then later on they got sold in the slave trade. There was one king, oh, what's his name? Forgot, but something Penny, and he sold his son to the Dutch, and he didn't not know that he was selling his son to the slavery. He thought he was selling his son for something else. And then when he tried to go get his son, it was basically too late. But in any case, Israelites are just confused group of people trying to create a community to feel self-belonging. I don't go back. Yeah, I, I know some people will get mad, but I spoke about Christianity before, so yeah, this is just another religion. Oh, and the fringe group of Hebrew Israelites that creep me out, I'll be honest, are the ones that dress weird, like they dress in the older time clothing. I just it's just weird to me. Like, I'm sorry, it's just weird when they dress like that because we're in 2022. You can wear whatever you want, but it's just, I don't know. It just looks off. It looks so out of place what they're wearing anywhere in the world. It just looks weird. It's Um. Okay, let me see what you guys are saying. But yeah, Hamite power though. Hamite power. I don't care about Black or even Africa. I care about Mali. These people are too into themselves. LOL. Black talking points. Yeah, like, throw the whole term in the trash. Throw the whole term Black in the trash. Like, throw it all away, man.
Is this history not known? Africans were sometimes willing participate in slave trading, but that knee bending ish is not called for. F apology. Yeah, I feel like the real apology would be compensation. So what Sierra Leone is doing is really great. Giving citizenship and free land. I know some people are talking about money, but I don't see that happening if I'm being honest, just because we're talking about African countries who are struggling and don't have money. Like, I'll be honest with you. So when people are talking about reparations, I'm just like, I mean, if you're talking about money, I don't see that happening anytime soon, just to be honest. Like, I would love for it to happen, but they're bankrupt, so I don't really know what people are asking for. I don't know. Now, someone will say, oh, well, Nigeria has a 400, what is it, 400 billion GDP. Yeah, Nigeria has 250 million people. Just put things into perspective. That's not a lot of money. Nigeria's GDP should be in the trillions. So, yeah. Um, Descendants of Africans that are in denial would not apologize. I don't understand the question. Okay, so the descendants of Africans who are participating in the slave trade would not apologize. I mean, I'll be honest with you. If you're looking at the countries that apologize, I think it's maybe 3 or 4. So I don't think they're in denial, but they just haven't apologized, if you want to take it there. Oh, how Africans want to be Israelites. There are Israelite groups in Africa. So this isn't anything new. There are oral stories of certain tribes who claim that. There are bandwagoners, though. I'm not gonna lie. There are bandwagoners now, being like, "Oh, I must be Israelite," but they're at the same time there are also camps and there are groups of people who have been following this stuff for years. So I don't know, when it comes to that kind of stuff, like I don't mind, like, believe what you want to believe, but just go back to Palestine is my opinion. Like, just go there, just get out of Africa, because I mean, these people are a lot of these people and these camps talk about they're going to Israel, they need to touch the promised land. So I'm like, if your own country is not promised, please leave. Okay? Please go away. I don't know what's so great in Palestine. Last time I checked, that whole area is just a big desert. You're from Congo, a whole bunch of greenery, a whole bunch of trees, fruits, animals, everything, water, everything. But you're like, nah, I'm actually from Palestine. That has literally nothing. It's literally in bed with the US, but whatever. It's cool. It's cool. It's fine. Uh I mean, it's confusing. Cuz this is the thing, like, there are so many different sectors of Israelites. So if you ask one, sector, they'll tell you this, and then you ask another sector, they'll tell you something different. So it's just kind of like, okay. I mean, just like how in Christianity there are different nominations, and then I think Islam has two major sectors. So many religions have different classifications, so it's not so weird to understand that the Israelites also have different classifications. But then it's like, which one? To me, whenever there's a religion, right, that has so many denominations, I always wonder which sector is the most correct. Because in every single sector, you'll have someone be like, this is the right one. The other ones are kind of not that great, but it's the same religion. So it's like, what are we really doing? What is really going on? So Hamites are Nilots, and some Kush Bantu are the biggest number. Okay, so what would be Niger Congo? Cuz I know, cuz I thought, okay, yeah, cuz I understand that Ethiopians, most North and Horn Africans are Semitic, and then you'll have other Horn Africans that are Kushites. That makes sense. You're saying Bantus are what? Bantus are, they're not Hamites. Okay. So what are Niger Congos? Just curious, what would they be? I guess they're Hamites as well, right? Oh gosh. This is okay. The disrespect was real, talking about back to my village. Meanwhile, I was okay. Yeah, Bantus are not Hamites. I was okay. I think I already read that. Can you tell me why you? Aw, thank you. Israelites are just confused group of people trying to create a community. I'm so sorry. Whenever I think of Israelites, it's really bad. I really just have the fringe group in mind. I know they're cool Israelites, but I never hear about them. I always hear about the really loud ones. That's the one that I hear about. So it's like whenever I think of Israelites, I think of those ones. Unfortunately, it's just yeah. I can't lie. Some of these Hebrew Israelites are hilarious. I've seen videos of them in the streets disrespecting random. Yeah, they are really bold. They remind me of uh evangelists and kind of like a sector of Jehovah Witness. You know how Jehovah Witness just don't leave people alone. Like they'll keep coming back. That's what those Hebrew Israelites on the street remind me of. Like you're not looking for them, but they'll stop and talk to you. It's like I get it. You have to spread the word, but I just yeah. Anyway, it's just weird to me. Okay. Uh, are confused. Yeah, I mean, not just them though. I think most people of African descent are confused, and Africans themselves are. They're confused as well, trust me. I could give you the reasons why, but these Africans will literally murder each other over a religion that didn't belong to their ancestors. It's it's really frightening how easy it is to fool Africans. Like, you could go to certain parts of northern Ghana. If you recite the Quran a weird way, your life is at stake, because they'll be like, "Oh, you're disrespecting the book," when it's like you probably got a word or two wrong, but they'll take it as you're disrespecting the book. Therefore, you should, you know, be murdered. And I'm just like, I mean, people people go really crazy over their religious books, man. Like, yeah. Okay, so many Israelites sold other Israelites into slave, the 12 sons of Jacob and their brother Joseph, into slavery in Egypt. That's correct. This might be a stupid question, but I'm just curious. Do you consider yourself Bantu? I'm not Bantu. I'm not Bantu. So the answer would be no. And I know I'm not Bantu because I'm not. Yeah. I mean, I don't even live. My people don't, they didn't even touch Central Africa. They were always in the west part of Africa. No, if you really want to take it back, they'll be like they descended from somewhere else, but that was like 20,000 years ago. I don't care about that. I only care about history from 400 years back. So, all those years they were in the borders of West Africa. So, I'm in Niger, Congo. I'm part of the Twa or Kwa group of people. Nothing to do with Bantus at all. I mean, I don't even think we procreated with them because we don't look like we did. Yeah. Um, that was servitude that had an end, not chattel slavery. Um, so you're saying that my slavery doesn't, what my ancestors went through doesn't count? Cause I mean, we still got enslaved. I mean, things were still brutal at that time, whether you were enslaved in transatlantic or in Africa. I'm not going to say you're enslaved. My form of slavery was the same. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. But I'm also not going to say that my ancestors didn't go through anything because we were slaves. I mean, I could give you the whole rundown. I'm a Khan, and my half of my family, or because I'm half a Khan, right? So half of my lineage got enslaved by the Asantes. So people here talking about the Asantes, they didn't just grab other people, they grabbed people inside Ghana too. So my ancestry was enslaved by the Asantes. That's why we speak Asante Tree. We spoke a different language, but because we got enslaved, we had to take a lot of the Akan or the Asante cultures and customs because it was forced because they wanted us to assimilate into their culture, right? Yes, the Asantes are the most popular group of Akans. If you ever seen Kente, if you ever seen Ghanaian royalty, it's most likely the Asantes. If you ever heard Ghanaian speak, you most likely heard Tree. So yeah, that's Sante's. They say that the Akans, right? So most of the Akans speak a variation of Tree, right? So the Akans make up about, they keep marrying out because there's so many of them, but I'll say they make up more than half of the population of Ghana, right? So it says 45%, but again, they keep marrying out. So at this point, I know it's over. So a lot of us, we just made up with the fact that we just got, taken over because we weren't as strong as the Asantes. And it is what it is. We've all made peace with that. But let me tell you something. Not everyone has. There are some tribes in Ghana, you'll be shocked. I mean, they remember the story. They let it go, but they still remember the story. They still remember what happened. They still remember. Um, my other tribes, they're called Gaz, or they're called Krabas, and they used to live in some mountains, like in the rural village. Like my dad's place is very, very mountainous and greenish. My dad's family, they used to live in the mountains, not literally on the mountains, but right beside the mountains, right? And during colonization, the Akans, or the Asantes in this case, work with the British, and they were like, these people need to move, they need to follow a different religion. So my dad's people were forced out of this is so African. My dad's people were forced out of the mountains because it wasn't what the English wanted. It wasn't proper, it wasn't this, it wasn't that. I'll be honest, because they were fighting the British and the Asantes, it was kind of like impossible. So, some died, but others just decided that we're just going to follow this. Like, we don't have the numbers, so we're just going to, you know, comply. And yeah, that was basically it. Oh, man, what did I say? Oh man, sorry about the tangent. I completely forgot. Screaming louder than another person to get the point. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't know how many. Well, actually, Nigeria, there's a small percentage of them. If we want to be 100% honest, because Nigeria borders Cameroon, and there are Bantus in Cameroon. So there's a very, very tiny amount of Bantus in Nigeria. But other than that, I don't remember them being anywhere else. And if they somehow happen to be in West Africa, they migrated there. They migrated recently from Bantu land to there, because Bantus are not indigenous to West Africa. Yeah. I'm gonna play another video. Hold on. Um if I was African, I would be nervous hearing rap. Girl, I'm not nervous. It's not coming out of my pocket. I don't care. Like I'm not gonna go bankrupt over it. And people back there, it's all to do with the government anyway. So why should anybody, be worried? Like, when people, right, when some Africans hear the word reparations and go like, oh no, it's like, I'm pretty sure they're not gonna tax you because they've never done that. I'm pretty sure the money is coming out of the government. So you can relax. The world's not ending because of reparations. I think that's one of the reasons why people are so against it, but I really don't care. Favorite word. Sierra Leone has a 3 billion. Yeah, and Liberia has about 1 billion. Yeah, that's not happening. French West Africa will not. Ooh. What did you say? How did I just French West Africa will not get involved in all you see how French West Africa is just skating by when that's literally West Africa? Anglophones literally with the exception of Nigeria, which just happens to have a very, very high population. Anglophones or English speaking countries are there's only five English speaking countries in West Africa. West Africa's French. So you see how they all get to skate by like no one bothers them. They're always bothering us. It's very, very interesting. Very, very interesting. Uh who else loves black Israel? I have a feeling I know who this is. I have I feel like I know who you are, but you know what? Welcome, welcome. How you doing? There, yeah. You know what's funny to me? It's like how people like I get it, activism is going on the street and talking, but these people never have policies put in place. I mean, us us folk cannot do anything. We're not in government. These people are always in the street bothering regular people. When are you going to parliament? When are you getting a representative to represent you? Like, when are you going to do that? When are you going to get policy? When are you going to be serious? But nope, the amount of podcasts, okay, radio shows that these people have, and I'm just like, so who are you enlightening? Just the regular masses? Like, what? None of these people are in parliament. I just, sorry, I mean Senate or government. We call it parliament over here. So I'm just like, okay. I've always wondered, like, for all these things that are really serious, I want to see policy. I want to see legislation. I want to see drafts. I want to see all of that. But I'm always hearing people talking and no one's ever writing anything down to these governments. So it always makes me curious. It always makes me curious. Yes, it was part of Africa, back in the days, but um if you have Africans that are saying North Africa is not part of Africa, they're not going to accept the Middle East. Well, some do, but most do not. Like, we're so far removed from that. If Algeria can't be a part of Africa, why should the Middle East be part of Africa? All okay. Nigerian men bows to slavery. Yeah, I played the video. I'll play it again. But yeah, he bowed down. Bantus are Niger Congo. I mean, I'm not sure what Niger Congo A are. We're just Niger Congo. And then Bantus are Niger Congo B. But there is a classification. People will be like, they're the same. They're not. We don't even look the same. We look similar, but when I look at quote unquote Bantus, like let's say someone like Mr. Uganda, then when I look at me or when I look at certain Akans, I'm just like, I don't see the facial structures are even different. And then if you go to other parts of West Africa, you go to Senegal, you look at Senegambians, they look completely different from all of us. And then you go up to the Sahel and they look completely different than everybody. So I'm just like, how is this classification so simplified? I don't think it's as simple as all of that. Even the Bantus, there are differences between the Bantus. There's Eastern Bantus, there's Central Bantus, and then there's Southern Bantus, like South African Bantus. Eastern Bantus look different than Central Bantus, at least to me. Like a Tanzanian, Ugandan, looks very different from a Congolese to me. At least I think they do. So it's like, how are these classifications so simple when in real life they're not? Yeah, I never really understood that. Yeah, they are. For sure, for sure. French, well, Africa will not get involved in all of this. The wheel West Afro comes from land. That's our only law. Oh, the invaders, incubators, traders pray to space. Appreciate it. Thanks so much. And I actually agree with that statement, you know. I agree with that statement. I'll make a stream on French West Africa. French West Africa is very, very different. Like, a lot of people are like, oh, French West Africa is the most docile, but they're the most woke from what I've seen. Like, the Anglophones are, I think they're more sellouts. At least I think. Like, if I think of Nigeria, if I think of Ghana and what they're doing in ECOWAS, they're sellouts. Like, Nigeria's a sellout. Like, the government, at least, pretty much sellout. Like, Nigeria is so scared of the government. Nigeria is so scared of Britain. They're so scared of England, but they call themselves powerful. It no, they're not powerful. Those are just all words. I have to agree with that. I'm sorry, I have to agree with that. I mean, I have to agree with that. I encourage all Africans and diasporas to buy real estate. Okay. I can't tell the difference between Niger, Congo, and Bantus. I can definitely tell the difference between Niger Congos and Bantus. I can. I mean, I wouldn't say a Ghanaian looks the same as a Kenyan. I mean, a Bantu Kenyan, let's say. A Ghanaian does not look the same as a Bantu Kenyan. So I can definitely tell the difference. I mean, I to me, it's not about skin tone. It's about facial structure. It's about so many other things. I can tell the difference. I can. Okay, you guys are by talking to each other. There are literally black people from Algeria. Niger Congo is Niger Congo, nothing else. What? So, are you considered Niger Congo, or do you hold on? I'll be honest with you. Like, I don't really care. I mean, I classify myself as Niger Congo, but I mean, my real classification would be my tribes. That makes sense. Like, that actually means something to me, other than you. Because, to be honest, that term is racist. It is. I mean, just add one more G. Yeah, that term is kind of racist. It is kind of racist, but yeah. I think Bantus of Cameroon look more like West Africans. The Bantu of East, yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Bantus of Cameroon, yeah, tend to look like West Africans, and then the Bantus that are more Eastern look completely different, like completely, completely different. But the interesting part about Cameroonians, even though the topic's not about them, is that because they're mixed, like they're still mixed with Bantoid, so they some of them look like in between. I don't know how to describe it, but some of them look like mixed. Ah, man, I don't. This is a bad word, but they don't look the same. I know that's right. That's a very bad description, but they look different. Even the Cameroonians, I think, look different from. other West Africans. At least my observation, at least. I have no clue about the stuff most sub-Saharans look like with major differences to me. We all Negroes, but we are highly different to each other. I happen to be a Central West African Negro. To the untamed eye, all look the same. Exactly. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I've never really called myself a Niger Congo. That's always been a term that I've heard in the West, but I've never really been like, oh, I'm Niger Congo. I've never really cared about that. And I feel like that term even diminishes who I am or who my people are because it's just so simplified. I think that's my problem. It's like, oh, you're just there, classify yourself as that. I just did. FBA are from the tribe of Judah. We are Hebrew Israelites. Do you want to explain why you're Hebrew Israelites? My mom wouldn't know what Niger Congo even. Yeah, neither would mine. None of my parents know what that is. My sister doesn't even know what that is. His sister has no idea what that is. None of them know what that is. See, and when I try to explain to some people, oh, how can they not know? I'm like, you realize these terms are in English? I mean, if you had a translation for their language, maybe they would know, but Niger Congo's not, that's not an indigenous, whatever country you want to go with term, that's an English term. So why would you expect people who just started speaking English relative to the period of history? Why would you expect them to know that? Where would they get that information? You know? I mean, at least if you want to fool me, like be like, oh, Niger Congo translated to their language, maybe they would understand. But I mean, none of these English terms, they even know what that means. Like, if you pull up to one of them and say, oh no, you're not Asante, you're actually black. They'd be like, what is that? Noir? Negro? What is that? What does that mean? They'd be like, why would I want to identify with the crayon? I hear these people say this. Why would I want to identify with the crayon color? But it's literally true because to other people, that's literally what it means, a crayon color. You know, like, I mean, if you're in the West, it's different, right? But if you're back home, I mean, why? Anyways, I'm not going to argue that right now. Congo isn't an English term. Well, Niger Congo itself is an English term, and Congo is an English term, actually. It is an English term. The regular Congos with a K, but again, what does that have to do with West Africa? Hey,
Hey, African millennial.
what's up? What
Good.
time is
What's up
it
with
over there?
it's 10:28.
Oh, okay. AM?
Yes, AM.
Oh, okay. All right.
And on your side?
Um, it's pretty late in the night here, actually. It's not
Oh,
even 12 o'clock at night yet.
oh, so is it Tuesday where you are?
Yeah.
So, so basically I'm in the future. Basically, I'm living in the future. So, African millennial, I wanted to ask you. So, I once heard you saying that you plan on moving to Africa permanently,
Mhm.
um, and from all the knowledge and insights that you've gathered from your panel and your panel guests, which country do you think, um, which which countries stand out to you? Which African countries stand out to you? And um,
Kenya, Kenya, but I don't think I would want to live there only because they're not my people, and I just don't want to deal with. It's not racism, but it's like tribalism, like classism. I just feel like a lot of Africans don't like people who look like them. So I wouldn't want to deal with that. So probably just visit, but that's pretty much it. Um, Same with South Africa, but I probably would live there a bit more than Kenya because the infrastructure is well, and then Ghana.
hmm. And then North African countries, wouldn't you consider living there?
I no, I wouldn't consider living there. I'd consider visiting, but I wouldn't consider living there. Nope. How about you?
And then
Would you consider living there? Or would you consider living in North Africa?
mm, North Africa, I would love to visit because I see that there's a whole trend of people visiting Morocco, and people have been making videos about it, and so far it appears as if YouTubers who post about it have good things to say. So
I've I've
um,
seen people visit Egypt. I haven't seen Morocco though.
is it?
Yep.
But I do know
But
that North Africans have their own racism towards dark skinned Africans. That's what I know. But still, I would love to visit and just go check it out.
check what out exactly.
Just check the country out and just be there, being amongst the people, and to um, what's the word? Immerse myself in their culture and eat their food. Just for a while, maybe if it's just for a month or two, and yeah, Morocco, Tunisia, um, Egypt, maybe. But with Egypt, I've heard a lot of complaints with Egypt. But yeah,
I've heard you can basically go anywhere with an American passport, but if your passport's not American or close to that, then you'll start getting problems.
it's just in Egypt.
Yeah, that's what I heard, even in Egypt.
Wow.
But yeah, I mean, to be honest, I've only seen two or three YouTubers in Egypt, but
Hmm.
they've had pretty good experiences.
Yeah, African millennial. I think it's important for people to not to
Travel?
base their yes to travel and not to
Yeah.
base their opinions on other people's experiences. Before I came here, I heard horrible stories about the country and how black people are treated. And since coming here, it's been nothing but blissful for me. The people are very kind. It's nothing like how it was described to be by some of these YouTubers, and I guess that was their experience. So sometimes I do think that it is important for people to travel. And I've also been to Ethiopia because um, I took a uh, what do you call? I took a flight through Ethiopian Airs, so I slept over for a night in Ethiopia. So I got to see the country a bit, and honestly, from the looks of it, I would never ever 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 live in Ethiopia. But the people who've been to the country and who've spent time there say that they had an awesome experience. So so yeah.
I've heard about Ethiopia. I haven't heard about the people, but I heard that the infrastructure is kind of lacking
Yeah, that
for a
is true.
country of
That
that size. That's what I heard.
yes, yes, that is true. I mean, their capital doesn't look like a capital. That's not what you expect from a capital. I mean, your capital should be the face of the country for international people, right? For instance, in South Africa, Johannesburg and Cape Town aren't really an indication of the whole country. We all know that whenever tourists and people from outside come visit the country, you know, that's what they see. And the country, you know, tries its best to make those cities look as neat and uh, as to appear neat and as developed as possible. But once you drive through other parts of South Africa, it's a different story, right? So for me, it was kind of shocking because I was expecting Addis Ababa. You know, I mean, they are, you know, people love touting and praising them as uh, the kings of Africa, and Ethiopians are the first nations of Africa and all of that. So I was, and also the African Union is the headquarters, has its headquarters in Ethiopia. So obviously, I was expecting something similar to what we have back home. But once I arrived there, I was so disappointed. Their buildings are dilapidated, their roads, you know, even the cars that the people drive that side are they're in bad conditions, you know. It really wasn't a pleasant sight at all. At all.
I like okay. So with Ethiopia, there's a lot of historical context um, to that
Mhm.
area, but it doesn't strike me as technological up there. Because even I've
Mhm.
heard people say that the internet is so slow, and I'm just like, how is this possible? I
It's
just
true.
really
It's true. Yeah, and also
maybe it has
they
something to do with
have
their government.
yeah, and also they have you know power cuts like really it's part of it's part of their it's part of their schedule. For instance, in South Africa, this thing of power cuts, it's a new phenomenon for us. You know, that's why there is such an outrage in South Africa. Whereas in Ethiopia, it's part of their schedule. They know that at a certain time the power is going to go off, and you know, so that was like wow, you know, um, coming from a country where electricity was, you know, like we never even thought about not having electricity. They have on a regular basis power cuts. You know, that was a shock. And also their food isn't that great. I really thoroughly did not enjoy their food. I'm really not saying this to try try to be disrespectful to Ethiopian people or people from that part of part of the world, but their food wasn't nice at all. The spices that they used were too much. It's oh my god, their food wasn't nice at all, at all, at
Oh,
all.
really?
Oh my god, oh my god, the food was hot. You know, the food wasn't good, and I ate their delicacies. I ate fish and something mixed with tomato and other spices. Bad. I had this other dish, but the presentation of the food when I got it was good. But once I ate it, oh my god, you know, um, man, the food wasn't good. Also, in the Ethiopians airline, they gave us their food, right? And I thought that maybe theirs would be better, but it wasn't. It was essentially the same food.
Wait, what's
So
Ethiopia again? The number two economy? Oh no, that's
uh,
Egypt. I think Ethiopia is
it's
either 4 or 5. Hmm.
oh number four of oh that's good.
Yeah, they're
And they
pretty up there, but I don't know. I think the TPLF and all of that is causing issues.
Yes. Yes, and I remember when I was there were military everywhere. There were military vehicles everywhere, and there were soldiers who were carrying rifles in their hands, stationed everywhere around the airport, and
When was
also
this?
this was a little, I think it's 2 months back when I arrived, when I came here. So we were driving around the city. Yeah.
Addis?
Yes, yes, Addis Ababa. Sorry, Addis Ababa. But I heard that there is a civil war currently going on in the northern part of the country.
That war, to be honest, it's really sad to speak on it with Ethiopians because they'll say, "Oh, it's the West. The West is lying," but there's clearly some tribalism
Yeah,
between the Tigrays and Habeshas and Oromos. There's some tribalism going on. I remember seeing some videos of people massacring other people. So
mm,
when they go like, "Oh, it's the West," no, it's not.
yeah, yeah, and also African millennial. When you travel, you get to see the truth. Like I remember, I was a passionate, um, outspoken person for Africa. You know, I was also part of those people who would say, no, those are the images that you see
Yeah,
on
I
TV.
remember
The
that.
real the real Africa is beautiful, and the real Africa is beautiful, and the West, there's a conspiracy against us because they want to have our resources. You know, and at that time you couldn't convince me otherwise. You know, even if you showed me actual pictures of actual Africa, right? I would always say no, that's not. Well, these people are just trying to show you the worst of, the worst of Africa. And then I went to
Okay.
Addis Ababa, the capital city, and I saw it for myself. I'm like, Jesus. So it is bad. You know, I literally my jaw dropped to the ground. I'm like, is this Addis Ababa? Damn. So if Addis Ababa looks like this, what about all the other small towns? You know, like how
Oh
effed up do
yeah.
they look?
There I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say that Ethiopians. I don't know who's up to it, but
Mm-hmm.
Ethiopia has a lot of propaganda. I don't know who's
Yeah.
doing.
My God. The only thing I loved about Ethiopia was the tea. Yes, the tea was one of the best that I've ever had. Yeah, I think they are the biggest producing tea exporter in East
That
Africa.
makes us
I
think.
think.
Of course, they have to lie and cover up like every African.
Uh,
She said, "Of course, they have to lie and cover up like every African country."
yes.
Well, yeah,
You know.
the number one culprit in all of this is Africans themselves. They don't like to admit anything that's going on in their country. I don't know
Yes.
why.
Yes. So that's the reason why in my last stream, right, I said that forget about the others always picking on South Africans. Yes, they're picking on South Africans, and it is your duty to defend your country against critics because it is essentially your home, right? It's good, but let's talk about our problems. Let's talk about our problems. You know, let's talk
No,
about our problems.
what it is, right? And well, it depends on the Africans, but what they intend to do is they tend to say it in their own language. So then when they hear it in a Western
Yeah.
language, it gets them upset because they don't want outsiders to hear it. I think that's why they get mad. I don't know.
Yes, because as an outsider discussing my problems, at home, it's kind of weird, you know.
Exactly.
Yeah, yeah. But Namibia. Have you heard about Namibia?
Not much. I've just heard that wind deck is nice. That's pretty much.
Windhoek, Windhoek.
Yeah, Windhoek. Okay, okay. Thanks. That's
Yes.
all I've heard about it, to be honest.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me put it this way. Windhoek is what Canada is to America. Okay, hypothetically speaking, America is the Windhoek. Windhoek and South Africa is the same as
Mm-hmm.
Canada and the USA. The USA is the economic powerhouse, and they have everything, but at the same time, they have a lot of crime and a lot of drama, a lot of issues. Whereas Canada doesn't have as much crime as Ethiopia, not as America, and they have a small population and huge land mass. So that's what Namibia is. Namibia is literally identical to South Africa, minus all the crime and literally minus all the bad things. It's literally the same. They have sea, they have good infrastructure, uh, they literally have everything, right?
Right.
But they have a very, very small population. I think their population is less than 3 million people, right? But the country is huge, right?
Yeah, I've seen some real estate videos on Windhoek, and
Yeah,
it looked like a neighborhood in South Africa. I don't remember. It's not one of the popular neighborhoods, but it looked really good, like really developed, really. Yeah, the
yeah,
furniture looked nice. The furniture
yeah,
looked nice, and it seemed pretty peaceful because nobody's there, nobody lives there. So yeah.
yeah.
But do you know anything about the immigration policy in Namibia? Is it like Botswana, like they don't let people come in?
The immigration policy, I haven't heard too much about it, but I recently heard that uh, there's 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 a treaty between Botswana and Namibia where the citizens of both countries can enter the country without a passport. All they need to do when they get at the border is to present their identification card, and they'll be let in. No passport, no nothing.
Oh wow.
So the countries are friendly between each other, And personally, if South Africa were to ever um, become one with any other African countries, I think all South Africans would agree that it definitely has to be Botswana and Namibia. If we were to ever truly become one, it definitely has to be those countries. Definitely.
I'll be honest, I don't know the tribal makeup of Namibia, but I know with Botswana it'll work because yeah, a lot of you guys the same people.
Yeah, that's true.
The
But
Swanas. Mm-hmm.
Namibians are it's Namibia and South Africa is the same because they have a very large white population and they have also a very large mixed population. And the black population obviously is the majority, but they also have their different tribes.
Yeah.
And yeah, and there really isn't any tension between the tribes. There isn't any uh, tribalism. We don't really have tribalism in South Africa, right? And it's just this.
That's a
It's the same.
blessing. You don't understand how much of a blessing that is.
Yeah. Well, it's funny in South Africa because there are tribes that are seen as better than others, and we as South Africans just let them be. It's really not that important to us because the most prominent tribe is the Zulu tribe, right?
You
But to
okay.
me,
So in recent history there has been no tribal tensions.
not that I know of, no,
Oh, okay.
not that I know of.
You know how rare
Yeah,
that is for an African country?
is it?
Are you serious? Okay, maybe because you're Southern Africa,
Yeah,
but in East and West Africa, tribalism is a big deal.
yeah, and Zimbabwe. It's also a big deal in
Oh,
Zimbabwe.
oh, that's interesting.
the thing the thing about us South Africans is we believe that everyone's equal, right? But we know that the Zulus and the Xhosas are the most prominent ones, and it doesn't really hurt our feelings, like we've accepted it the way that it is. Um, we love Zulu music, Zulu Afrobeat, Xhosa Afrobeat music. Those are their music is the music that we actually prefer listening to, and honestly, there isn't any tension between us. It's
Hmm.
how can I say it? I know that you know there should be some kind of pushback against that, but to us, it's really not that important. You know,
Right. No, I think, see, because like
the biggest issue
South
to us,
Africans had uh like a recent event, in the last 20 years that forced them to, like, I'm not gonna say that they were never together, but that also bonded them together, where
yeah,
other countries that didn't happen. So the other
yeah,
tribe was like always the enemy. Yeah.
yeah. I think with us South Africans, the enemy is people of other races, but not so much other
Yes.
tribes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah. But it's interesting. I can't say their names because they're gonna get mad at me. But some people were like, um, "How do you feel about Idi Amin?"
wasn't Idi Amin from Uganda?
Yeah, he's the guy that kicked out the Indians and the Asians basically from his country.
The thing is that sometimes we have to admit uh, the truth, even if it's hurt, even if it hurts our feelings. Okay, we have to admit the truth. Okay? The truth is that Asians and Indians are number one, in my opinion, are very smart people, and most of them own businesses, right? And most of them create jobs. Most of them are sustainable people. They know how to sustain themselves, and South Africa really would collapse if Asian people were kicked out or if white people were kicked out. We really need these people. We do. So Idi Amin was stupid for that. But we thank Idi Amin because he showed us because we
Not to
we,
do
we could
that,
learn
yeah.
from, yeah, we could learn from his mistakes.
Oh, thank you. Finally, somebody who's level headed. Everyone else is like, he's a hero. I'm like, but your people didn't have the skills and you never bothered to at least learn from them before kicking them out.
Yeah,
We could have integrated with them to learn the
absolutely.
skills, and instead you were like, no, they're the problem. And then when they left, the economy went to shambles.
Yeah.
Only for
Indian
them to
people.
invite the Indians back in. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we really cannot. South Africa can never survive without Indians. Indians are very smart, very savvy business people. Where I'm from, where Bullet and I from, I want you to ask Bullet about the Indians from the town that we from, and he will tell you that the Indians are the most um, prosperous race in our town, Indians and whites, because they own the car dealerships that sell most exotic cars. They have pharmaceutical outlets. They are doctors. They are they occupy important they occupy important titles. Even the police commissioner or the police boss from where I live is an Indian man. So Indians in our town have a lot of respect, you know. So I honestly don't see any issue with Indians. I don't. But in the eastern side of our country, where Indians can be found the most, I know that there's a lot of tension between the Indians and the Zulus. But as soon as you go westwards, it all really fades away. Indians are seen like normal people.
Judet, did you have any like questions or anything to add? Yo, Cameroonian.
Hey, was I just got neglected on the panel or what?
Huh?
Was I just got neglected on the panel or what?
What did you just say?
I said, did you just block me on the panel on the chat or what? I can comment, but it doesn't seem like you can see me. Probably I got blocked.
Um. Hmm. Okay, I'll check. I'll check. I'll unblock you if you're blocked.
All right, no problem. Look, I just came now to show love to African millennial. I really don't have nothing going on right now. Like I've heard what the brother said. I think he's from South Africa, right?
Yeah,
Oh yeah. Um, Look, man, like the way Africa is, I don't think Africa is like I don't think Africa have to really unite. It's just every every country have to really be good in what they do, because
yeah,
even having a one passport still doesn't work in Africa. Like even if you go to West Africa, like there's no West African passport. You go to East, there's
Huh?
no East African passport. Yeah,
What?
African, it's a reality. There's no West African passport. Do you want to argue or what?
Do you
If there
mean
was
that those passports don't have power? Is that what you
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. If there's a West African passport, you wouldn't be having people having like five different passports. Because I know somebody that have a Nigerian passport, a Sierra Leonean passport, and he is fighting for a Ghanaian passport as well. So that tells you there's no passport in there's no West
Who?
African passport. So
Mm-hmm.
and it's just crazy, man. The things that most Africans are aiming for are things that is never gonna happen. When I say it's never gonna happen, might be in some centuries to come, but you know things that you might hope, like say having a one passport across or traveling free with your own African passport. It just is not happening. They will instead prefer an American passport to your own passport. I know somebody that went into Zimbabwe and faced difficulties because he was from another African country. But a white person from Europe wouldn't face the same difficulties entering into these African countries as well. So it tells us how the black man, especially Africans, have a backward mindset. They are not ready. There is that inferiority complex. They still look up to the white man for they think that the white man is more richer and the poor man is more poorer. They believe that the white man, you know, has money to spend on tourism, and they don't believe on their own people to do tourism. So the day Africans gonna have a mentality of looking themselves
But
as people that
okay.
can do it, then things is gonna change. But the more we feel like we cannot do it, the more we feel like somebody has to tell us, or the more we feel like we are comfortable with what we have right now just because we have little development going on in Africa, then we always gonna be on the same spot forever. So yeah,
okay.
it's
African
sickening.
millennial, African
Mm,
millennial, can I please chip
huh?
in?
Yeah. Please go ahead.
Yes, I think the closest that we can come to uniting is by dissolving, is by dissolving countries that don't make sense. For instance, in South Africa, if you were to look at our map, there's a country called Lesotho that's inside our country, right? And it literally looks like a province of our country, but it's its own sovereign, separate entity, and it doesn't make sense as a country. So I feel like that country should dissolve into South Africa, the same as Eswatini, and then other countries like the Gambia, right? It, the country doesn't make sense. I think the country should just be part of Senegal, right? And then you go further into a country called, it's an island nation called Sao Tome and Principe. The country has a population of less than 200,000 people, and it's literally just dots, on the on the coast of Africa. It doesn't make sense. Countries like Seychelles, why is it a separate country? Countries like Cape Verde, why is Cape Verde a separate country? Countries like Burundi and Rwanda, shouldn't they dissolve into
Can I
much
can I
larger
tell can I
countries?
tell you where
So
can I tell you why those countries are safety countries?
yeah,
In most of the countries that you mentioned are island countries, right? You talk of Cape Verde, you talk of Seychelles. All these
yeah,
countries, when you go to these countries, they are all islands, and in this island they got admixture. When I talk of
yeah,
admixture, when you go over there, you're gonna find out that you really don't look like the people in that island. So
yeah.
in every country where you find a black majority, that country never develops. Black people are incompetent of running their own stuff. They cannot
What?
build stuff for themselves. I'm telling you the truth. When you go to Cape Verde, you see that there are more white people in Cape Verde. The people look different. You go to Seychelles, the people look different. You go to Mauritius, they look different. And once people start looking different in these places, they kind of do cleaning. The environment changes. You know, you
I
go to these
agree.
places,
I
the
agree.
environment changes.
I
Africans really
agree.
don't know how to take care of their own environment. Their environment,
This is the hard
and
truth.
I'm just telling
This
you,
is the
I've
hard
seen a lot
truth.
of videos from Seychelles, and I
True,
know I've seen their presidents. I've seen people that in Cape Verde, I've seen their presidents. I've seen
true,
Mauritius, I've seen their presidents. They don't look like normal African people. Once you don't have
true.
admixture, once
I
there's an
agree with you, brother.
admixture in any country that looks wider, they tend to
No,
change
no,
that
no, no, no,
environment.
no,
Uh,
no.
I agree. I agree.
if you want to deny, right, there's a country in Asia, in Australian, or they call it Papua New Guinea, right? That country is next door to Australia. That country looks like Africa. Why? Because the people that run that country are more darker. That it looks the same like
No,
African
no,
people.
no, 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 no.
You go to the Caribbean, there is no country that looks more cleaner. All countries that look black, that is run by black people in the Caribbean, are all messed up. I'm telling you the truth. People just don't want to accept it. They're all
African
messed up.
millennial,
All
it's the
Caribbean
truth.
countries run by
It's the
blacks
No,
are
truth.
no,
all
no,
messed
no,
up.
no, 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 no.
You come to Africa, right? You go to
Uh-uh.
North Africa, you kind of see how North Africa, they are cleaning their environment. But when you come to the South, it's all different. So it's just, that's the reality, man. If nobody want to accept it, then take it. It's just what I think.
Yeah.
But you're basically saying we're incompetent. Black, I guess black Africans are incompetent, but you're not explaining the reason why. You're only saying because of skin color.
I just told you
Okay,
that
African
they are
millennial, can I
income.
can I can I can I explain what he's
Go
trying to
ahead. Go,
say?
go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
African
go ahead.
millennial in South Africa, right? Government positions are held almost 100% by the blacks, right? Government
Mm-hmm.
positions. So we're talking about the police, administration, the municipalities, everything that has to do with government, right, is in the hands of black people, and whites and other races are usually in the private sector. But public sector is almost 99% black, right? And also the traffic department and those people, right? African
Right.
millennial, these people are so incompetent. These people are so incompetent. My God. Like I dread having to go to a government department. I dread, literally dread. For instance, there are certain things that you cannot, you cannot, go around, circumvent, right? For instance, the traffic department is the traffic department. That's where you get your license. You can't go to any other private entity for that, right? African American, I literally have to meditate because I know that somewhere, somehow, I am going to be disappointed by these people. And it's usually black people. That's the truth. And the people who used to live during the apartheid area, they themselves, all of them, they themselves say that South Africa was better run under apartheid. All of them, right?
That's a lie. That's a
I
very big
feel
lie.
that there's, you know, me from watching these people, I feel like incompetency is part of our identity as Black people. Well, as an individual, I'm not incompetent. If I'm given something to do, I will do it to the best of my ability. But go to these government departments, like they literally don't care, and no one's reprimanding them. You know, they it's everywhere, everywhere, everywhere. And then you go to the western side of South Africa, right? The Western Cape and Cape Town, where there are more white people in government positions, right? Everything runs smoothly. Everything runs as it's supposed to. And if things don't work out, they are so professional. They send you a message or they refer you to someone who would help you with whatever issue you have. They do things in the right way. But as soon as you go to a province where there's only Black people, it's literal, it's total frustration. You know that you will be disappointed. When dealing with these people, you have to put your feelings and emotions aside because you will be disappointed. These people are
So
so
why don't you?
incompetent.
Can I respond, or can someone else respond?
Naya, Edwin
No, I
and
mean,
or Bullet,
then
you can go next.
ready. Why don't you stay in
Wait, what's
Europe?
the
Why
Can
point?
don't
I
you?
first,
No.
Musanda?
Why don't
Can
you
I
stay
go?
in Europe, man? Why don't you stay
Musanda,
in Europe?
Musanda, I've been waiting. Hello, guys on the panel.
Sure, a bullet.
So,
Hello.
there's a term in my country that we use for black people who are privileged. It is called clever blacks. So basically,
Oh.
yeah, it's called clever blacks. So basically, black people who have lived amongst white people, they have this thing of uh, like I don't know, putting white people on a pedestal, you know. I'm sure you know how hard white people work to make black countries remain poor. For example, I remember in my country there was a time where President Zuma wanted to develop a nuclear power station to power South Africa. Can you believe that the Western countries and the whites in South Africa were the ones who were saying, nah, it's going to destroy the environment? Something that will help us. They were saying it's going to destroy the environment. So when you talk to a clever black, they do not consider the fact that black people's progress is being stopped by white people. That's the first part. And I also want to address the part where my brother Radi was talking about Cape Town. If you go to Cape Town and check where black people are living, Cape Town is run by white people. I said this the last time. If South Africa is going to be run by white people, you will see that all the areas where white people are living, they will be super beautiful. And if you go to black areas, it will be worse. Poverty will be worse. There will be flooding of drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, African millennial, my sister,
No,
please
wait, one
come in.
second. What's up? No,
Please,
what?
please, please,
No.
my
You
sister.
will come in. Stoic one, go ahead. Sorry, I just have to let everyone speak
I don't think he
once.
was done. I think he got off connected. Bullet. I don't think it was done.
Well, thank you.
Yes, Stoic one, go.
Um, greetings to the panel, the beautiful African millennial, and also Mizabi. Thank you for coming here. Yeah. I what's this about the Nigerian man? I'm interested in that. Or more interested in that. So, and Rads, I'd like to
Yes,
greet you to the panel after all this time. Thank you for coming. I
yes.
didn't need to come today. Thank you.
Yes.
I don't know. The principle, the core of the conversation. I don't know what it is. I'm not certain what it is. I just wanted to. I really wanted to come here to greet African millennial and Rads. Because
Yes.
so been so long since you come here, Rads,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, my brother. Yes.
and you've been traveling. I know you've been traveling somewhere. I don't
Yes,
know.
yes, yes.
Yes. And I'll greet you again. Um. Uh. I'm interested in hearing what Mizami has to say about this whole thing. Really, to be honest.
Okay. Oh, no problem. Thanks for calling in. Yeah, it's nice to hear a UK accent. All these
Yes.
American accents get.
Can I just say something on one person on the chat? He called me kind of stupid, so I really don't know what the heck is going on with this guy. His name is DEI, die or something. But I mean, if he doesn't have a point to back his opinion, then he might sound useless as well.
I think it's a woman.
You know,
I think it's a woman.
right? Well,
Right.
be it a woman or not. So I really don't give a f about who she is, but she should mind her word.
Who's talking
Right.
about you?
Musanda could go
Okay, African
after.
millennial.
Uh-huh.
Can I come in?
Who is that? Sorry.
Roddy.
Oh, yes.
Right.
Okay. Sure. No problem.
Okay. Well, as always, African millennial, the topic of discussion today, it's something that's very sensitive. And whenever, subjects like this are discussed and people express their true opinions on them, people would resort to attacking your character instead of coming up with superior arguments as to why the thing that you are saying isn't true. Okay. So I understand, right? But also, I don't owe anyone loyalty. I'm just expressing how I felt when dealing with black-run government departments in South Africa. I really have nothing against my own people or my own country. I'm just saying, guys, this is what I went through when I was working with people in government, when I went to go fetch a license, when I had to deal with the municipality, when I had to go to the police because I needed a police background check for me to travel. It had to be part of my travel documents out the country. They need to ensure that the person who's coming into the country doesn't have any criminal record. They want to make sure that you're not a danger to their society, right? So I needed that document, right? That was a document from the police station. Having to deal with those people was frustrating, and I'm not saying it to 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 tell the world about our problems, okay, but I'm saying that I think that part of the reason why Africa isn't growing is because we are afraid to talk about our problems, right? We are afraid to talk about our let's speak about our problems. Let's speak about our problems. Don't tell us about white people and black people and this and that and white people have, what white people did this to black people, fine, they did that to black people, but now that black people are in power, especially in government, what are they doing? Why is their level of service of such a low standard? There's no white people there, doing your job. There's no white people there. So why is your level of professionalism so low? That's the question, right? Number two is the previous caller, Bullet, said that I am a clever black, and black people who grew up amongst white people look down on other black people. Okay, that's what he said. But wouldn't you rather listen to a person who got exposed to different kinds of systems? Wouldn't you trust that person's judgment over someone who's only been around their race? For
No,
instance,
no, I
if I've been
wouldn't.
around,
No, I wouldn't.
listen,
No, I wouldn't.
okay, listen. If I've been around black people and I've been around white people, right, and I see how black people do things and I see how white people do things, and 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 I say, okay, when this certain group, when I prefer the way that a certain group does something, and I don't like the way that another group does something, and I compare the two. I say this group does this better because they do 1, 2, 3, 4. This group, this group doesn't do it the way that I want to because 1, 2, 3, 4. Wouldn't you believe me? Because I've seen both sides of the coin. I can compare the two. Whereas you've only been with one system, and you can only measure that system against that. Who would you believe? Someone who's been exposed to two sides of the coins, or someone who's literally known one side of the story their whole life? Who would you go for?
Hello. Can I finish my point? I was busy and I got cut off.
Sure.
Sure. Yeah. As I was talking. So again, Radi talked about the Indians in our town. So let us talk about apartheid. You cannot ignore the fact that apartheid did not oppress everyone in SA. Radi, can you mute your mic because you are making noise?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so apartheid did not oppress everyone in the same level. Like the black people were the most oppressed. Then whites were obviously not oppressed. Indians were the least oppressed. After Indians, coloreds. So it had levels. And if you check today, like when you check wealth distribution, it's still like that. The whites are still on top, the Indians are still number 2, the coloreds are third, and the blacks are at the bottom. You understand? So we cannot separate apartheid and say that it is in the Indian gene that these guys are intelligent and hardworking. Apartheid helped Indians in South Africa. We shouldn't lie. So another point was, when you start making money, you start taking care of yourself. Show me one black family that is rich and they are filthy. The place that they live in is dirty. Our countries will start becoming clean one day when we make money. I know we have, us as Africans, we have a problem of what Radi was talking about, but as we improve our standard of livings, also we start taking care of the environment. Like people who are very poor do not care about the environment, whether the birds are dying or we shouldn't litter. People who are very poor care about making money. Like after you have made money, now you start caring about your surroundings and all and that stuff. Sure, I said my point.
Okay, Musanda, you're next.
Yeah, well, from what Mr. Red was saying, I was saying, I was going to start by why not stay in those countries that you like to uphold so much, if they're so much better. At the end of the day, this country is a country where 80% of the people are black and 80% of the people vote. And their feelings will always, that the majority will always be priority over your insecurity, over the boor that made you feel somehow because you are the black person there and you feel like the black people are not doing enough and you're not impressing the people that subjugated millions of your ancestors. Look, bro, other black people, I'll be honest with you, they don't even feel a sense of insecurities with foreigners in their country. The problem, you remember the first time I heard you speak on this panel, and I think Lozi was there too, you said something cringy to me. You said, we South Africans have accepted whites as our own. And I'm like, what's this guy talking about? Talking about we South Africans have accepted white people. No, these people are foreigners. These people understand only gun and fire. Josie Gold.
Really?
Yes,
Yes.
Rad.
How do you
Yes,
think we
Rad.
ended up in this?
Yes.
Wait.
Yes.
Wait. How do you think we ended
Yeah.
up to this quote unquote negotiation? It's not freedom.
Right.
I never call it freedom. It's a negotiation. How do you think you ended up to this negotiation?
Listen.
You think it was out of they felt bad about it? You think no. I want to finish. Ready? You think white people felt bad about quote unquote subjugating the K words for all these years. They felt bad about it, and then in the 1990s,
Listen,
not in 1976, not after the Sharpeville killings, not after all the murders, the Steve Biko, whatnot. They don't feel bad then. They feel bad in the
listen to me.
1990s.
Listen
After they
to me.
lost the border, wait, I'm about to finish. After they lost the South African border war with the Zimbabwean and Angolan soldiers, it was out of war you are where you are today. And it's an
Yeah, that's
insult
true.
that you actually believe in your goddamn mind, yeah, that you are over here because somehow some de Klerk or whatever just changed his mind and grew a concept.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
like,
Obviously
imagine,
now
you
you
know what I
are
mean?
very emotional and you are triggered. So let me clarify myself, okay? And I want to make one example. When South Africa, right, and don't disrupt me when I speak, okay? When South Africa won the Rugby World Cup and Siya Kolisi, the captain of the Springboks rugby team, lifted that trophy, and around him was people like Willie Leroux and Andre Pollard, who are white, and there were people like Cheslin Kobe, who are colored, and there were different races who were celebrating the Rugby World Cup. I, as a South African, was happy. I, as a South African, was thrilled that we won the Rugby World Cup because these people were representing their country on the world stage for us to win the Rugby World Cup. So I could identify with that. The black people, the colored people, the white people on that team, I could identify with it. So that's why I'm saying that black people are part of our own. This thing of declare of what happened in the past, fuck that. I'm saying it right now. This thing of ideology of black people and dude, come on, come on. I don't believe
Radi,
in that.
can I ask you a
I don't
No,
question?
believe in
no,
that.
can I respond to that?
Can I
Can I
Listen,
ask
respond
you a
to
listen,
question?
listen. I don't owe black people. With me, I'm with
You're right.
whoever
You're right. You don't know
advances.
black people
Listen,
anything. You're
listen,
right.
listen, listen,
Can I
listen,
ask you a
listen, listen,
question, Radi?
listen. I am with whoever is advancing our country, and I am with whoever is advancing our country, and I am with whoever who's making things better. I will never ever separate myself and say no, I'm only with black people because white people oppressed. Dude, that's all in the past. Let's move forward. That's what I'm saying. That is what I'm saying.
Okay,
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 wait.
fine, fine. No, 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 no.
Wait.
Let's take
No,
his argument.
there's
Let's
other
take his
people on the
argument.
panel haven't spoken.
I just want to finish by one thing, right? Because he keeps talking about sports, and this is the thing. I don't really blame him because this is how the education system works in South Africa, right? Because I think for most part the ANC does not really want a lot of the South African youth to actually know the truth of what actually happened, right? There's a deep propaganda of making sure a lot of the youth think more like ready than anybody else. Because the actual youth that knows the truth will probably be more, quote unquote, no pun intended, radical, right? Two, if these people that you're saying are now with us, now the fact that they own majority of farmland, the fact that they own majority of the mines, the fact that black people, I think it was calculated that we contribute as a collective $55 billion in an economy that's worth 350, right? On average, black people contribute $55 I'm talking about in Africa. And this guy is talking about togetherness with the minority really owning more than, I think, on aggregate, let's just say over $200 billion, right? And I'm talking about the minority. These are foreigners, for God's sake. Show me another planet, show me another country, sorry, where minority of people own so much wealth than the native people over there. Even all these countries that you were showing, AM, you can't even show me one place of all those countries where the people that live there, the wealthiest people there are the people that are not even from there, right? I'm talking about that live there in the first place. So if we're talking about we're the same thing, then Johan Rupert would have given up all his wealth to the blacks. All these people would have given up all this wealth because 60% of our goddamn GDP is owned by specifically 3 white families. There
Yeah,
is no
yeah.
togetherness over
There's
that.
no
There is
togetherness.
no goddamn togetherness on that. Unless that is done with, I don't want to hear about what they're saying when you. The only reason black people, and I want to remind you of this, the only reason Nelson Mandela made that deal wasn't out of togetherness and peace. It was economic. Black people were illiterate by that time. Clearly, if we just chased out the white, we didn't have engineers to do all of the other things. They had to get black people educated enough to fill in the gaps. It was never about peace and coming together. Yes, that was the promoter and promotion. But clearly, they had bigger plans than that. That's why you had things like BEE being in place. Right? Yes, you can have some problem there and there, but there are businesses that are BEE owned that are excellent. But you won't look at the Patrice Motsepe with his successful minds in Zimbabwe and South Africa. You won't look at the successful BEE guys or the Vusite Maguires. No, you're going to focus on those ones that are failing because every businessman has failed. Boers have failed. Boers had their own BEE, or yeah, their own name, obviously, during that time when the Afrikaners, they could easily get a loan that your parents couldn't. But for now, because of some reason, because apartheid is overworn, equal playing. You know what I mean? This is a joke, honestly. But honestly, at the end of the day, you're right. You don't know black people anything. I think educated or clever blacks like you should stay in Europe with your whites,
Yeah,
where they
they
will
should
do
stay in
everything that
South
makes you happy.
Korea.
You
Clever
know,
blacks
yeah,
are
in
boring.
South Korea, wherever. Be happy there. And like, why do you have to be here? Go there with your people, because those are your people. I'll be here with mine, and I'm done.
Thanks, Nigerian Prince, for the $10 super chat. He's saying South African Civil War. I'm here for it. Mamezami, please go ahead. Sorry for the wait.
Go. Yeah.
Mamezami. Okay. Lozy, you can go ahead.
Okay.
Who's
Thank
speaking?
you, African Millennial, and greetings to everyone on the panel. Look,
Your mic, knows.
Okay, can you hear me now? Can everyone hear me?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, good. Look, right, sound ridiculous, you know. Right, I think you are on a very awkward agenda. Ever since I've been listening to you closely, you for me, there's a lot that you leave to be desired. I don't know what you're up to, and I'm questioning a lot of things about you and what you're trying to achieve on these panels, and always trying to ridicule South Africa. But I'm not going to try to be petty or anything, but I think there's a lot that you're going to still learn, and you're going to have to understand what's going on. There's no way you can compare what whites have achieved in South Africa to what the black government has achieved. Whites, they obviously have about 200 of national rule in South Africa. They couldn't even achieve 30% of what our black government, our per se, has achieved. And this is not the best of black governments that we can produce in our country. But if you look at the stats and the numbers, and by the way, I never voted for ANC, and I'm still not going to vote for them. But what these guys have achieved in 30 years put your white people to shame. So you have this. I feel like you are so inferior to white people, and you will prefer to put them on a pedestal. White people are not special, and they ain't shit, and they probably only successful because they're so brutal. They're willing to kill everybody at their game. You know, I feel like that's the only thing that give them an edge above other races. You cannot come in and claim that white people are more organized and have more better way of delivering the services. That's not true. We haven't seen they have a global system that dominates above every system, and almost everyone is working for them. You know, so in which world where everybody's competing fair with them to see which system is performing at their best on a fair field, we haven't seen anybody achieving that. I see sometimes you like to put the Asian countries like South Korea on a pedestal. You forget one thing: countries like South Korea and Japan, including China, for them to be where they are, they got so much global support from the West. You have to understand the position of many African countries, if not all. There has always been a global agenda that is has worked to keep African countries where they are. Now, the bigger question is why did their system prosper and subjugate all of us and put us in this position? We can argue that, we can debate that, but I'll go back to say they were willing to to spill more blood to achieve what they wanted. And we can see that this throughout Europe as well. They always fought each other and killed each other to get what they want. That's you cannot say such people have got a superior system. You can, for example, what Putin is doing with Ukraine. That's how they solve their problems. Unless if you say people who resolve their problems in their continent in that manner is the superior system, then we might disagree. I disagree with that. You might agree with that, but I don't think there's any special thing about these Europeans and how they behave. And I don't think they behave so much. They deserve so much props that you are giving them. When it comes to how the whites have managed to run South Africa, it's not at all excellent. They literally control, at some point, they control all the resources, put 90% of the population at the bottom, and feed themselves, including even getting free labor from everyone. Now, you see, the black government comes from 1994, and that was already an undermined government that came to leadership with an economy that was already looted by the Afrikaners and other the English. And then you see Mandela, who went to be the global face, the so-called a peacemaker. You know, as Bullet said, Bullet made so many good points. Mandela never negotiated for peace or for anything on a fair table. He literally took the only available deal that made sense. And this was not about negotiation or what. It was taking A, this happens, take B, this happens. Now, the little that Mandela had to work with his comrades and the little investment they got, that's what you see South Africa today. South Africa of today was built from a corrupt government that happened 28 years ago in 1994. Whatever the little that you see being achieved on this country, it was from that position. And the global agenda has always been trying to undermine the black government in South Africa. There is a reason why you see the black government in South Africa has put this country on the position of aligning itself with the BRICS nation. That was not white people of South African plan, and they're not happy with it. As Brother Bullet said, they even undermined the deal between Jacob Zuma and Vladimir Putin to build a nuclear power station in our country. This is on paper. The white South Africans colluded with the Western to undermine that deal. And the collapse of ESCOM has everything to do with the Western. They've been planning this for far too long. There's nobody who knows the operations of ESCOM more than white South Africans. They build these entities. They know where to disconnect everything and collapse the system, that system to hold South Africa on a hostage and always depend on the West. So now, recently, you have seen our Ramaphosa meeting up with the Prince of Saudi and trying to lure the Prince of, to bring Prince of Saudi to the BRICS nations. That's going to cause a big problem, which we are already on the red list with the Western because we have been on the member of BRICS. They're not happy with it. Recently, we voted neutral on the war between Russia and Ukraine. That was sending a strong message. Hence, the West came back and asked South Africa to really reconsider that position and try to re-vote again. We voted again and we said we're going to remain neutral. So in South Africa, you have to understand that there is a black country and then there's a white minority who believe that they own this country. There is no togetherness. Stop dreaming, stop believing in bullshit. And at this point, I'm even questioning if you are black. It's clear there is no togetherness and there will not be togetherness. And as black people, we must stop believing in that bullshit. These people are not about togetherness. Whatever they've achieved in the past 500 years, it was at the gunpoint. Everything that they have, they believe they should take it by all means necessary. And that's how we must start to think as well as black people. The togetherness that you speak of only works if the whites dominate everyone and get away with whatever they want and exploit every resources they can get, including even getting free cheap labor at the expense of everyone other than their own. That's how they operate. They don't care about you. They don't care about us. They will always try to remain on top of the food chain. They will work as hard as they can to take South Africa out of the BRICS. In the coming election, if DA wins, and the death thrown ANC, come back to this video and watch it again. DA is going to work hard within 2 years to remove South Africa from the BRICS alliance, and that will be over for us once they achieve that. So thank you for now, African Millennium. And then
Yeah.
and yeah.
Okay. We'll go in order on the screen, so it's gonna go up to bottom. So Rads, Musanda, Lozi just spoke, but he can go again, or we can skip and go back to him. Mameza, Judith, and Edwin. So Rads, go ahead. Raddy. Can you guys hear him?
No, we can't.
No.
Why can't you give Mamiza a chance because she hasn't spoken?
Okay, Mameza, go ahead. I
Yo,
wasn't able to.
go to audio settings. You probably change your settings there on your mic. Go to audio settings.
Okay, in the meanwhile, yeah, Mameza, you can go ahead. Mameza, can't hear you.
Mamizi, Wari, Waru.
Mameza, you might have to go out and come back in. We're not able to hear you the first or second time. Okay, so I'll put in the private chats that we're not able to hear you. Oh yeah, it was Musanda. Yeah, go ahead.
So I just came in after like Red was coming. So there's a Nigerian guy who was bound down to who for slavery. Like I'm trying to read the title here.
Oh
To
shoot,
explain
we're
the
so
title.
far off. Yeah, so there was a Nigerian guy in the West, and he was bowing down to African Americans, or let me say Hebrew Israelite that are African American, for slavery. So he was kneeling and apologizing for slavery.
So you think this? Oh, I get your point, but also yeah, I like the whole Hebrew Israelite. You think these people really believe these things, eh? Like they're really these Kanye West things, the Hebrew Israelite, and I mean, I'm just saying, like they're not just some West African tribe that got dominated. Like that's totally out of their mind, basically.
Um, I'll just say that I don't believe most Hebrew Israelites are the real Hebrew Israelites, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, man. Look, man. I don't know, man. I think I think no, but Nigerian Pins was attacking me, was attacking us. So I can go dig in on Nigerians. Yeah, man, we know Nigerians out there, man. They booty clappers, man. They booty clappers to the white
Oh
man.
my
They booty
goodness!
clappers to
But
Ados. Like
you
yeah,
think
like that
so?
guy, Chaotic Truth. You know Chaotic Truth. He's
Yes, of
Nigerian too.
course.
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I
yeah.
knew him before he even had a new channel. You know, I knew him. His name is Loburo. Yeah, he's the biggest booty clapper. He used to be actually pro-black. Now he's conservative, and they shift. They go with the wave. They never stick to one thing. So, and I think if a lot of Nigerians were just honest with themselves and their culture, like a lot of things in their country would just be fixed. Because it can't be that the world is your government is just corrupt. Like everyone keeps talking about how corrupt Nigeria is. Every Nigerian keeps saying that, but then why are all of you the good Nigerians? Why all the Nigerians who are online good Nigerians and all the Nigerians in government that just happen to be bad ones?
Exactly. Nobody cares about corruption because get this, right? Get this. I'm pretty sure you already know this, but Nigeria supplies other countries right beside it, Niger, Chad, and maybe another country with electricity. And I'm like, how are you doing this? You don't even have electricity. And then when you confront a Nigerian about it, they'll be like, oh, there's, it's this, it's that. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure your government just is not paying the bills or not taxing you enough. It doesn't seem like that big of a problem when there are literally smaller countries who have full electricity So what is really the problem here? They'll be like, "Oh, it's corruption. It's corruption." I'm like, you guys don't care. Like this, just admit that
Yeah,
you don't care.
I didn't even know that. So they provide electricity to other countries 24/7, but yet can't have
Can you
24/7.
believe it? Can you
I didn't
believe
know. I didn't know that shit. Yeah, clearly,
it?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that, man. I mean, I kind of also get it, but then 24/7, like almost every day, there is a power outage. Yeah, man. I think at the end of the day, they're too accepting of bad things. You know, I think that's just also thing that, yeah, I think Nigerians are just way too accepting of a lot of things too. That's why even Shell can control them. Like all these things I've been hearing on the internet, I never knew happened. Like the fact that where's Shell from, Germany or whatever? Like an
Yeah,
international
I think
company
so.
has
Yeah,
like that much power on you. You know,
It's from
I
UK.
mean,
and
so I'm
even
not saying there's no I'm not saying there's no company in SA
Shell is
that
from
doesn't
UK.
have any power, but control the citizens. I would say in SA it's mostly politicians compared to a company, bro. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe the other guys can
well,
give their perspective. But,
I mean, and this is not to attack Nigerians. It's mostly the government, right? But I don't. Do you remember when Trump said African countries are ish holes, and then Buhari was standing right next to him?
yeah, I saw
He
that
didn't even
video.
he
Actually,
didn't even go
that's
like, "Oh no, we're not all like that." He was just like,
yeah, it's
"Oh,
like
let's not believe
I didn't even say
propaganda."
it. Yeah, I didn't even say it. I remember that was so embarrassing,
Yeah,
man.
and
Like
I'm
that was
just
like,
like,
and did you see how like when Trump looked at his face, like, tell them what I told you, nigga. You know what I mean? As he gave him that slave master look, like you tell them what. Like I'm just saying, like all the things I hear about Buhari and how scary he is, and it takes like a was this 8-year-old fat white man to like discipline him. It's, I don't
yeah.
know,
I
man.
was like,
That's
wait, how
embarrassing,
is
man.
this? How was this the warrior of the '80s, the war general? But beside Donald Trump, it's like he acts like he doesn't know how to speak English. It's
Yeah,
weird.
a little bit. Not. I'm going to go off a little bit of the topic, kinda.
Hmm.
I remember, I don't know where, but I was watching on television. I think, yeah, the EFF was in KZN recently or something. And there was a political analyst. And he was critiquing EFF. He was like, something about how the problem with EFF is that it's a young party and young people, unlike old people, they're too radical and stuff like that. Like, and in a way, I'm just trying to point out that is it that maybe because Buhari is so old that an old politician that just tend to be not all, we know not all, but I'm just saying tend to be more tend to booty clap the most compared to if they were young, because young people have all the years left, so they will like back up and stuff, which obviously may cause sanctions and whatnot, but they're willing to take that because young people are so that they're more brave compared to old people, right? That's just how time has shown us. Like, do you think that also plays a big part in things like that in Nigeria? Like having an old, old leader makes
Absolutely.
people want to, always sacrifice more compared to young ones.
Yeah, Judah, did you want to answer that question? Okay, I guess Judah is not there. But I'll
Leader,
just basically say a lot of these presidents that are 60, 70, 80 plus, they were around during colonialism. So if you just take a look at the likes of a lot of these leaders, especially in Cameroon, in Cameroon, when it's like they only had two presidents, like that president has a colonial mindset. Like a lot of those presidents have colonial mindset. They've seen what other people in their countries can do, and it's not erased from their brains. It definitely lowers their self-esteem. So I think older presidents are really dangerous, generally speaking. All right, Rads, did you have anything to add to that? Yo, you guys' sound issues today are killing me. Okay, Edward,
I
or
think
Blitz.
what's happening. Go to your settings, bro. Go to settings. look for audio settings, and try to change your speaker control there.
Yeah. What should I add on here?
Oh no,
The
what like answering Mr. Musanda's question, do you think that old age, these older presidents have it's the reason why they're selling out? They just have a different mentality to younger presidents?
Now, for me, I don't wanna lie. This thing of uh, linking age to presidency, I really don't like it. When it comes to being a president, we should be concerned about the character of a person, not age. If you check England, they have had that queen for, and I know that queen has power, and I'm sure she was influencing politics of UK. And this thing of age does not seem to affect them. So it depends on the character of a person, not age. Yeah, I think the character.
Roddy, are
So a
you able
sellout
to
is
say
always a
something now?
sellout, no? Is that what you say, Bullet? A sellout is always a sellout, regardless
Yeah, it
of age.
doesn't
It doesn't
matter
depend.
what age. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Look at Cyril Ramaphosa. Cyril Ramaphosa is the most useless president in
Oh
South.
my god.
Seriously, the most useless president we have ever had. Then we go, for example.
That's not true. Bullet, that's not true.
Nah, I wouldn't say that, man.
Wait first,
I'm not a
guys.
fan of
Wait first. Wait first. I know. For example, like the country did not like Jacob Zuma, but check during Jacob Zuma's time, everything was working in our country. Literally
no
everything. What
Jacob
what
Zuma.
wasn't working?
Bullet, Jacob Zuma and Ramaphosa are more or less the same. There's little difference to two of them. You have to understand the kind of economy that Jacob Zuma got from Thabo Mbeki, the kind of economy that Ramaphosa got from Jacob Zuma. And by the way, the economy of South Africa was not in that shape because of Jacob Zuma per se, but because he was opposing the West the most. So he was directly being cocky to the enemy that is powerful, which I think it's what sets Ramaphosa different from Jacob Zuma.
Yeah,
So
wasn't
you
Thabo Mbeki the best one and he wasn't that young, right?
he wasn't the best. What happened is that he was an economist and he inherited a South Africa that had foundation through Mandela.
Oh,
So
okay.
he used the remember when Thabo Mbeki got South Africa, Mandela was like a symbolic leader to the globe. Many investors were flocking to South Africa because of the name of Mandela itself, and he capitalized on that and used that good for the country. He was not a terrible leader, but he also inherited a government that had a foundation. Mandela is the one who inherited the West government, and Ramaphosa inherited the West government that was collapsed by the ideas of Jacob Zuma, COVID, and then also the war currently. I won't say he's a terrible leader. He's what I've seen with Ramaphosa is he's good in keeping the West on the side that they think they're winning, while at the same time he's still pushing with with uh with uh with East on the BRICS side. So I would say he's a good negotiator. And his cabinet, you look at the foreign minister that we have now, which I think is the best throughout our history, which is Naledi Pandor. She's one of the best negotiators. I wish many people can follow her and listen to her interviews. She comes under the admin of Ramaphosa. So I don't think he's that bad. It's just that the administration of Jacob Zuma messed up a lot of things, and not by intentions, but because they were so they were so like intention with fighting the West. When Jacob Zuma was the president, South Africa was more strong on on BRICS. So Jacob Ramaphosa, I mean Zuma is the one who actually put South Africa in a better position with BRICS. Yeah, when Ramaphosa got to the chair, I was scared and I thought Ramaphosa would pull us out of BRICS. But recently, I've seen the moves that Ramaphosa is playing. He's actually trying to play both sides, which I think the best position
Yeah,
that we pick one.
multilateral. Yeah, he's multilateral. I noticed that too. Yeah, but you're a good analyst, Los.
Yeah, I'll start observing, but so far I dislike him. Yeah, on the thing of age, yeah, we can talk about Mandela, the decisions he took, and Mandela was very very old. So yeah, it's not about age, it's about character.
Gotcha. Roddy, are you there? Roddy, unmute.
His
Okay.
speaker's not working. Speaker's not working. He says in the back
Oh,
chat.
speaking of. Okay. Hmm. Okay. In that case, I guess type it then. Stoic one, you can go ahead.
I don't know what I don't I, I don't know what the conversation
Oh.
is really. I have to be honest. I'll be
Oh,
honest. I don't
okay.
know what's going
Well,
on.
the question
But
was, do you think that age has something to do with the ability of a president? Well, Bullet said it has to do with character, but I don't know. I just feel like a lot of African presidents are way too old, so we haven't had comparisons, many comparisons.
I don't. I think age is in general could be wisdom or could be something to build upon. I mean, the person's with age, but with wisdom, with the ability to the knowledge to get things they've known from before. I think those things could possibly be an asset in times. I don't think we can. You said they say he's someone's an octogenarian, 80, or is it Museveni or somebody? But I think
Hello?
age
Hello?
must.
Hello? Can you
Yeah,
hear
Is that,
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
yes, able to hear you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, guys. I don't
Yeah,
know
no
what went
problem.
wrong with
Wait,
my speaker.
no problem. I'll come back to you.
Okay, can I
But
give my
um,
rebuttal? So sorry, my brother. I'm so sorry.
oh,
you
Okay,
can
you
go.
can
You
go
can go.
ahead.
okay, yeah.
Raj, you can go. You can go.
Yes, so here's my rebuttal, right? To my South African brothers. Yes, you spoke about what people did this. Lozi also gave his own input. And before I go ahead with my rebuttal, I just want to say that I have the utmost respect for Lozi. The brother is intelligent and he always has his facts together, and I really have a lot of admiration for him. Okay, so here's how I see things. Right, if you look at South Africa, right, there's obviously the private sector and the public sector. Right, the public sector, as we all know, is essentially government and government-run institutions like your military and your police and your municipality and your administration and your agriculture. Most agricultural departments, and basically it's government-run, okay, government operated, right? In the South African context, most people who occupy government positions in the majority are black people. Say I'm lying. It's black people. The police, most of them are black people. The traffic officers, most of them are black people. Go to the municipality. It's who? It's black people. You know, government has this thing of uh, what is it called? BEE policy, where they only where they would only consider people from disadvantaged backgrounds, and we know that those people are black people. So that's the policy that they that they that they that that they're running, right? So even a lot of white people and a lot of Indian people don't even apply at government departments because they know that they wouldn't be considered unless they have a rare skill that the other applicants don't have, right? So that's the context of South Africa. The public sector is mostly run by black people. I would even go as far as saying that 90%. of government departments are run by black people, right? Now, in the same breath, South Africa has the top five most corrupt government in Africa, right? Top five most corrupt.
Right. You were making good points up until you said that those
No,
numbers
you
are
see, your problem is that you are interrupting me, and I gave you a chance. You are interrupting me.
No, I'm just inputting on that to correct that specific code code you just made. That those numbers are not correct. Africa is not in top 5 of corrupt governments in Africa. That's insane. It's not. That's the part I would accept to disagree on. But carry on, brother. Sorry about the
Okay. Well, it may not be top 5, but corruption is rampant in South Africa. Could you at least agree with it?
I mean, okay. I will disagree depending on what you compare to. In Africa, South Africa is not even in top 20 because I know this. I check this all the time. So who are you comparing South Africa to in corruption? Then?
Listen, are you denying corruption? Are you denying corruption in South Africa? Am I hearing you correctly? Are you denying corruption in South Africa?
I'm saying it's not excessive. The biggest problem here is crime, not corruption.
I'm denying the exaggerations that you are putting. It's not true.
This is the problem with South Africans. This is the problem with South Africans. You fail to acknowledge the truth. You fail to acknowledge the truth. Corruption is an issue in our country. Are you denying corruption? Are you denying corruption?
Yes. You wouldn't have a 300 plus economy if everyone was just super corrupt, bro. Come on, let's use common sense.
Are you guys denying corruption in South Africa?
Right, come on, don't try to win debates. Let's check, right? Let's engage. What I'm arguing is how you exaggerate it. It's not how you make it out. I'm only saying the corruption is there. Yes, there's even billions that I know we lost since 1994. I know how much billions we lost through corruption, through the findings.
No.
How you put it in terms of African standards, South Africa is not really as corrupt compared to other African countries as you make it.
Listen.
Yes, it's corrupt, but the position you put it in, that's what I'm arguing. It's not even in top 20. Yeah.
The problem with South Africans is that you're so quick to speak about other races. You're so quick to speak about white people. As soon as we speak corruption, you want to chop up the numbers and say that's your problem.
Show us stats.
That's your problem.
Show us stats.
You can check.
Right?
You can check.
You want to defend corruption and are so quick.
That's the problem.
And are so quick to point fingers at other races. Yet corruption you want to defend.
Show us stats. Show us stats because I'm looking at them and what you are saying is wrong.
Listen,
corruption
bullet.
On the corruption percentage index.
Listen.
Listen.
You said a mouthful. You said a mouthful about other races, right? Fine. What stats did you show me?
Okay, it is known that white South Africans still have the wealth in their hands. It is known that
corruption is a problem in South Africa. It is known that corruption is rampant in South Africa. Are you defending corruption?
Top 20, we are not even there in Africa. Top 20 most corrupt countries, we are not even there.
Fine.
The problem is you are a clever black and now you are in South Korea. You have lost your mind.
Okay, fine. So we're not in the top 20, but corruption is rampant in South Africa. Can we agree on that?
Are you comparing it to what? Which country are you comparing?
I'm not comparing. I'm saying corruption is a problem in South Africa.
Let's be honest here, guys. Wait, Lozzy. I just want to say this, Lozzy. Let's be honest here. If a local cop just came here, let's say you were driving at night, you were drunk, right? Most cops, when they stop you, at the end of the day, you can't just torture them and give them money to bribe. There are people that have gotten arrested. The majority of people that try to do that should get arrested in Southern Africa. I'm not saying there's no latency on delivery of things and whatnot, but for most part, South Africa is a working economy. You do go to places where you pay a certain price and you pay that price today, tomorrow, and the day coming. You can't find that most of the time in a lot of African countries. That's the fact. Even some parts in Europe too. There may be races on you for race, but yeah, things are as they are priced. You wouldn't have a running economy if South Africa was so super rampant with crime. The biggest problem in South Africa, I would say, is crime, not corruption. Crime, I think, is the biggest beyond everything else, not corruption or whatever. Because there's a reason why businesses today they can talk about how South Africa is losing and whatnot, but people are still building cities. People are still building buildings. Everywhere you go in Gauteng, people are goddamn building. Money is still going in and in. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, this is just a fact.
Rad is right about corruption. There is corruption in South Africa. Let's not deny that. And most of the times, he's right. The cops.
It's not rampant. I'm saying it's not rampant. I'm not saying it's not corrupt. It's not rampant.
No, Musad, let's tell the truth. Rad is right about few things. It's not just all.
Okay, guys, listen. Guys, I'm so sorry.
It's not rampant.
Listen, can I speak? Guys, listen.
You've never spoke.
Listen. Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. I have to prepare to go to work, but I would love to have this conversation again, okay? But here are my closing statements, right? If you are so quick, right, to give out stats and numbers and the white people did this and other people did that and we South Africans are the top 3 in Africa and and we South Africa are number 1 in GDP and in the same breath, you should also acknowledge the bad about South Africa, right?
We have been
don't just
we have
listen.
been doing that, Radi. Crime is
You
bad
haven't.
in South Africa. We have
You
been
haven't.
doing that.
What race are
Listen.
Are you black?
Listen, I am leaving now. I have to go to work. But as I was saying, we need
Are you black?
whenever someone brings up an uncomfortable topic, right? The first thing you resort to is saying you are a clever black or you this and that. And right now I'm speaking facts.
We did
I'm
not
speaking
shy away
facts.
that there's crime in South Africa.
Brother,
That's
can you
the
answer my
point. We have
question? Are you
crime.
black, brother? Just a quick one. Are you black?
Yes, I'm black.
Okay. Are you what? Are you Tswana?
What's that sound?
Oh, okay. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, brother, let's change next time when you're available. Like let's engage next time when you're available, brother.
Sure. I have to prepare to go to work, but I guess we'll have this topic some other time. African Millennial, everyone on the panel, thank you so much.
No worries. We'll see you soon. We'll see you soon. All right.
Thank you. Bye.
No problem. Have a wonderful day at work. So let's let Afriscope TV go ahead.
Afriscope.
African Millennial.
Hello.
African Millennial.
Just let Afriscope speak, please. He hasn't spoken yet.
Actually,
No,
I don't have much about
land.
Hear me?
Huh?
Hello. Can you hear straight?
Afriscope, how are you, sir?
I'm great and I'm doing well, you know.
I hear you,
Yeah.
sir.
I actually came because of the 2 South African brothers. You know, you can sense that both of them are really coming from South Africa, and then you could see that you can hear from whatever analogy or whatever they're saying. The one was about like, oh, actually the development of South Africa is an European development, and the other one was like, no, this is South Africa, and the development needed to be South African based development, and so we do need to do certain. They do need to do certain things, right? I actually have questions for them. That's why I even jumped on the panel. Like I wanted to know from their different perspectives, right? I want to know if they have any fear of the future. Like, let me say, are things going to be better for? Let me just say, indigenous black people in South Africa, or in terms of the future, like are things gonna change? And also, I also want to know if this so-called development there is there a fear around Europeans still having access to majority of resources or controlling the economy over there? I want to know why there are two factions. Like these people believing that hey, this development is why, and we already know that this development is European, is not African, so we should feel comfortable about that. And the other one is that no, it's at home. We need to have access to our economy ourselves. We need to run things. I want to know what do you think about the future when you these two things, I mean these two different perspective in terms of these two perspectives. I want to ask the South African brothers here.
Look, Bullet, can I go first?
Yeah.
Okay, look, brother. To be honest with you, that depends. There is a mountain in front of us. But I've got more hope, personally, because I see what the current Black South Africans are doing and what the government is planning ahead. Actually, it's actually for the continent in most part. So I will say this: our future depends on BRICS succession at the moment. And then after BRICS succession, it will be followed by Africa Intertrade and Africa, just the unification of Africa. And I'm talking about the leaders of Africa starting to prioritize Africa and looking into Africa Intertrade. That's the only answer. But the reason why I say BRICS should win now, and if BRICS win, it's a one step into the right foot for us. It's because we can also win protection, and also BRICS will more or less create a system that will oppose things like the SWIFT system and the current, I mean, obviously the current system we are using now, with that you find African countries forced to go borrow money in and take loans in the West to develop Africa. BRICS is currently working on their reserve bank, which is already in active. And then the good thing about the reserve bank is going to be packed with natural resources, and that favors African countries more than the West system, where the dollar is the dominant. It's the dominant currency with value even more than oil and gold. So, look, what I can say is, if BRICS loses, the whites in South Africa will remain in power, and we will remain to work for the West. For the West, every country that is a former colony of the West, the things won't change. The system might integrate, as they always keep modifying the system, but things won't change. If you look at the situation of South African white South Africans, I don't worry much about them because I know they're not much of a big problem, but I don't believe we are one with them. I see them as how you can see the Israel and Palestine, the Jews in Israel. They're more like the observer state and the gatekeepers to watch over the Middle East, right? I see white South Africans as people who are left here to watch over into Africa and be the gatekeepers and see what's happening. The biggest problem is the West, to be honest. The biggest problem that South Africa has is the West, and that's what gives white South Africans power. They still have power to dominate the banking system. To tell you the funny thing that I've actually discovered, our own reserve bank, it's 98% owned by private investors. Whereas if you look at countries like Zimbabwe, the private bank of Zimbabwe is 100% owned by the government of Zimbabwe. And I think that happened after Mugabe took back almost everything and nationalized even the reserve bank. Now, that's good for Zimbabwe, but they've sanctioned them. That bank is literally not that active. There's no investment at all there. Now, when you look at our situation, our own reserve bank is literally a private bank that is probably owned by multinational corporate and investors that are probably not South Africans. And if you look at our debt to the loans that South Africa has, it's, uh, it's like 70% of our GDP. But then you get inside that 70% of our GDP, you look at the 100% of our loans, it says 90% comes from domestic loans. Then you ask yourself, what is the domestic loans? The probably domestic banks. But it's still the same with your country if you own like this world global banks, because the difference is the global bank it's in our backyard, whereas in your country could be that you go directly to the West and take from there. It says local our the 90% of our debt is from the local domestic banks, but it's not really domestic bank if you think about it, in the sense that our reserve bank is 98% owned by private individuals. So the system in South Africa is very tricky, and you need to understand it to see what's going on. It's not much different from what's happening all across Africa. The only difference is the Western have set their base here to continue exploiting Africa. So there is a reason why South Africa got a seat on BRICS and to be one of the powerful alliance. South Africa didn't get the seat because South Africa it's this special African country. It got that seat to represent Africa because they know that with the old bases that are set in South Africa, one vote of South Africa on BRICS could possibly mean it's a vote for the entire continent. So, what attracted South Africa to get a chair along the side of India, China, Russia, and Brazil, which is a heavy weight, by the way, is because they know that through South Africa, we can win Africa. You
Yeah,
get what I'm saying?
the big thing. Let me tell as a West African, right? I don't see South Africans fight so much for the other side, like the sub-Saharan Africa that much, like because I do have that. I don't know. I still believe in the power of South Africa on the continent, right? But I don't see their involvement in the issues of even how do you call it, African Union. So when people, I just know for sure that maybe South Africa is just there doing their own thing with these breaks and what have you. I don't know how that is going to transform whatever.
Okay, can I help you? Can I help you, brother? Because I get what you're saying, and this is because you don't have probably the more inside information, which is more or less as well on my side. I don't have the inside information as regarding to organizations like African Union and African organization. What I can tell you from what I know is that South Africa is the biggest funder of African Union as an African state, is the leading country that funds more on the give more money to AU organization as an African country. It is the same can be said about Pan African. If you look at Africa intertrade, it's South Africa at the forefront because South Africa has got more data and logistics about other African countries. As you know, that the company already South African companies, which by the way are also so much linked with the the Western, because we almost our stock exchange is so linked with the West, but we most logistics. So that Africa intertrade, it's South Africa at the forefront of it because we understand we got the most information and more data on it in terms of logistics. And I think it is actually South Africa that pushed the initiation of considering Africa intertrade. So just do a bit of more research regarding those things. And as I said, the position of South Africa on BRICS is not for South Africa. South Africa is too small to actually be regarded on BRICS on its own. South Africa is there because of the influence it has on the entire continent, just like Brazil. Brazil has got more influence on the South America, and it got its position because of the position of being the most influential country in South America. Now, you look at the other factor to consider is that you have to ask yourself, why is South Africa a member of BRICS and at the same time a member of G20 in the West? Is the same reason, as I said, it's a very strategic position that they give a country. These people are not fools. They look at which country is the most influential on the continent that we still want to exploit and take advantage of, and then they give that country a position. They know one vote of that country is very important. Many other African countries will follow elsewhere. Same can be said about Nigeria, Kenya, and Egypt. These are some of the most powerful countries in Africa. Any organization outside Africa that has got made, probably Kenya, Nigeria, or Egypt, will be likely that whenever they follow, other African countries are likely to follow because it's a power play. That's how it's been done. My point that I'm making to you, brother, is that you have to start realizing the importance of BRICS and why BRICS must succeed. That could be one solution for Africa. But beyond that, Africa itself must be able to cater within itself and sustain itself. But the truth is, we are not in that position to go there because we still have got so much Western influence, and we need other powerful alliance that can
We
kind of
can
like
talk
give us
much about
assurance.
Greek, but do you have any idea about what about the continental Africans also having their own thing? I mean, there have been countless talk on the continent about us having our
Can
own.
you raise your voice? Can you raise your voice? I can't hear you very well.
Hello, can you hear me now? Yeah, if we can talk so much about BRICS right now and have this confidence and this so-called BRICS for South Africa and Africa as a whole, like, do you have any idea about what has been happening? That there have been talks. Africans talk a lot, and the fact that we were talking about having our own central bank system, having an African currency, and where do you put that? When BRICS is now there, are we also going to progress on one day have this? Because things don't change easily here in Africa.
Good question, brother. The reason why I spoke a lot about BRICS is that I see BRICS as a force of protection for one step to our own independence as Africa as a whole, where we can be able to build our own systems, as you said, that our central reserve bank that will go along with our central military. If we can be in a position where all African countries can come together and invest into one big military that will protect the sovereignty of the continent and the interest of continent. I'm actually talking about Africa United Military, where all the presidents and the commanders of the continent have got one agenda there, and it's basically to protect and build and continue building Africa. The reason why I keep mentioning BRICS now is that these are one of the powerful alliance we can use block the West. If we don't have any powerful protection now on the other side, the West will continue to step in and create terrorism, create states where they put puppet leaders in power to push their agenda. The only way to block them at the moment, because Africa doesn't have a strong base, is to align with an opposing force that can be stronger than the West. While we do that, we need to be very, very careful with these aligning forces because they also serve their interest. So it's really not personal. It's the risk that we must be willing to take as a continent. It's a gamble. We cannot continue with the old enemy, but at the same time, we don't have protection to stand on our own. You know what will happen if we try. There's even already countries in Africa that are being destroyed by the West. To name few will be DRC, which is the richest, the wealthiest country, will be Zimbabwe, will be Libya, will be many countries in the West, including even Nigeria, who funds terrorism like Boko Haram. You have to ask yourself those questions. Now we need to align ourselves with powerful forces like China and Russia. Just in a short space of time, it could be like 50 years, it could be 100 years, just to build a base for Africa. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I think the other, I think is the Edwin, right? What do you think about the future? Like, are things gonna change? Do when I hear you talk, I sense that, uh, you know, let's just be there. The development is from them. I mean, we can't. It's like no that we can't, but it's like they are the face of the developments. When you take them off, what developments are we gonna get? That's how I sense um part of your this thing when it comes to the face of South Africa. So, do you believe something is going to change in the future, and how is that change going to be?
Hello, Africa Scoop. I don't know. I really don't understand your question. When we take who off?
Hello.
Hello, yeah, yeah. Stoic, do you want to explain to him
Yeah,
because I
yeah, Africa, I'll chime in. What he's trying to say is if with the developments of South Africa or the progressive nature of South Africa, how is that going to affect the rest of Africa? Will it be um, uh, a thing that which borders on the success of other African countries, or will it not be? Will it be just centralized in South Africa, or be something which affects the rest of Africa? Could it be something that, in a way, you know?
Okay, I understand now. Okay, for me, if white South Africans are still having this large amount of wealth, uh, they are going to exploit the this thing of Africa free trade. So they are going to exploit African countries. That's what I see. If they remain in power, if they remain with this wealth, but if somehow black South Africans can get the wealth that's in the hands of the white South Africans, then it will be a good thing for Africa free trade, especially for Southern African countries, where most of their economies will start to stand on their own. Yeah,
So why
that's
should
how I.
why should sorry,
Okay,
I'm sorry, you can
you
finish.
can go
Sorry.
on. No, you can go on. I was actually finished. You can go on.
Why should other countries or other African countries support South Africa, or why should the people think favorably of South Africa if that's the mode uh, of reality that's going on with
Okay,
South Africa? Should they? Why should
okay,
they think? Why?
okay. Let me make an example. If you check, like the countries that are in front of South Africa, like um Botswana, Lesotho, and if you check also Swaziland, you also go and check, um, yeah, Lesotho. If you check those countries, and the same thing with Zambia, if you check those countries, most of their products are being imported from SA. Like SA is making most of their stuff. So this year, Botswana decided on banning certain products of that are coming from South Africa in order to help their own farmers. So this thing is going on because white South Africans do not want to share the wealth with black people in South Africa and outside South Africa. These people, they will bring in their money to invest and maybe build a mall, but the products they will import them from South Africa. So if the wealth is in the hands of black South Africans, some of the products, or maybe most of the products, will be manufactured in those countries. But currently, as it is, I really don't see white South Africans doing good for Africa. Yeah, that's what I have to say.
Is it Lucy? Lucy?
Look,
No, no,
uh, uh, no, it was Bullet. Yeah,
no,
it's Rosie.
bullet.
Like they just say this, right? So uh, don't see why South African doing anything good for other African countries, right? But at the end of the day, I mean, when they are involved in this thing, rather,
Your
and
volume is too low, man.
You're
let me
kind of bogging
let me be
bogging a
clear.
bit.
Look, wait, can I just add one thing before the brother, while the brother fixes?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what about black? I- what can we mention right now that blacks, South African leaders, or whatever, have done massively? You know, the fact. This is what why I'm being. I think I'm being biased at this point, not because I'm blind, but when we talk about xenophobia and all of that, I think Africans, this is like a wild topic, like wild topic. We don't see that brotherly love. We don't see that over there. So to say that, um, without the involvement of white people, or without uh, uh, with like with with black people black Americans controlling the economy, actually that might benefit the whole continent. I just don't see that. I want to believe that that's going to happen though, because that it look good, right? It look good. Like look at the European countries, no matter how bad their relationship is, it's still they have a way of going back and resolving some differences when it comes to their economy and debating about new economic models. You know, I want to see that. I don't know, but maybe you can go on and talk about that.
Abrasco, you're a bit intermittent there. You can't hear you clearly, really. Honestly, the questions
Um,
you're not able to
I
get
don't know
them
whether
clear.
it's my network, but Edwin, did you hear what I was saying?
Nah, I did not hear because I don't know
Yeah,
what's
but
happening to your.
but do you hear me say about the xenophobia and all of that? These are black people that do, who are saying,
Can I answer now? I hear what you are saying. You are doubting
Wait,
that.
Lozy,
Yes, brother.
can
Brother.
I want to hear them say, but I want to hear Mamize say something. She didn't speak before.
Okay.
I'd like her to say
Okay, cool.
something now.
Greeting everyone. Can you guys
You're
hear me
talking.
now?
I love your talking bad.
Uh, it's bad.
You're talking really bad, love. Can
Oh
you
no.
kind of get we can you not hear her what she's saying or no? Really, not really.
No. It's a microphone is bad. We can hear her, but it's irritating because there's like weird sounds happening there.
Okay, so Lozy, you can go, Lozy.
Okay, yeah. Look, I was still trying to touch on the basis of what will actually make Africa stable. We really need to see the fall of the West for that to happen. There's no foundation we can build in any state in Africa while we're still attached to the traditional colonial systems, which we all know the reason why African countries are crippled. We cannot hide from this. And no matter what we do, how we try to come up with plans in our independent countries, it won't work up until we come on a table and say, look, as African countries, we need to literally speak on one principle, same conversation. Like we need to be on the same mission. Meaning, the president of Ghana, the president of South Africa, the president of Malawi, Burundi, these people must always talk like buddies. They must always share what's happening in their country. We must stop allowing ourselves to be isolated. In a sense that Ramaphosa will have more close relationship with Biden more than the president of Nigeria. You get what I'm saying? Up until we reach that level where we can all communicate with ourselves and have a general continental plan, which I think actually, to be honest, it's in work, it's been implemented. It's just not yet being it's not operating at the full force, but it's in the making. Probably the coming generation will actually make it happen even much better. That's the position we need to be looking at. Trying to say how Nigeria is gonna survive, how Egypt is gonna stand up, how Togo is gonna stand up. It's not gonna work. We need to be in a position where we can say how African countries can make everyone stand up. When we can be in that position where now every country can literally stand up for one goal, and our mission will be to dethrone the Western influence on the continent. That's the only solution we have. That's the only way. Other than that, we can offer solutions that will help South Africa. It's not gonna work. The West will always find a way to penetrate through every base we want to build and collapse it because they've got those colonial systems that are already in place. They know how to get through to the president of Kenya and then push the agenda and change things. I'm just saying it's not going to work for any state in Africa that tries to resolve their problems individually. It's going to only work when we only consider trading among ourselves, when we start to talk in the same language among ourselves. Other than that, I don't see any solution. It's not going to work.
So, Lozy, you say trading amongst African countries. in general in all coast, south to east to, I guess, west.
Okay,
That would be
okay. Honestly, I'm
so,
not sure about the north. Sorry, brother, to cut you off. I'm not sure about the north, but let's just say the south
so
Sahara.
but just like south to east, certain countries, I don't know what they are, but to west, those that
South, south,
trading.
east, west. Not just trade, brother. But I'm talking about principles. Like we must stop allowing countries from, like, a country. Nigeria should be able to influence Congo more than how UK should influence Congo, and Congo should be able to influence Nigeria more than how France can influence Nigeria. You get what I'm saying?
No, I completely
Yes,
understand what you're talking about. I understand what you're
yes,
talking about. Completely. I get it.
yes. We
I
can,
get
yeah, we can still compete amongst each other. We don't have to. We can have one currency that we trade at the global level using, but we don't have to have one currency domestic, local in terms of the continent. We still need to compete amongst each other. We still need that hierarchy. But I'm saying when it comes to the outsiders, we need to have one agenda as a continent. And as I said, our leaders need to talk more often as buddies. Unlike what is happening now, you find out that the president of Ethiopia, I mean the minister of Ethiopia, which I think they use, they don't have president, they have a minister, for example, is communicating more with the president of China or Germany than a fellow other African leader, and that's a problem. Once we get to a position where our own leaders they talk more often, that will set an agenda and they will start to speak in one language because we all share same problems. We are all under the same enemy. You know, we all of us we are attacked by the same enemy. There might be differences there now, but we are all under the same position because of one enemy. We all know who's the enemy. So we need to be in a position where we now start to really make it normal to be on one agenda. I can give you an example of what the enemy does to get what they want and still win. Let's say South Africa used to be the largest producer of gold, right? For many years. Ghana took over in 2017 or 2018. They produce the largest gold now, which Uganda is about to replace Ghana, right? Now, if South Africa does something that the West doesn't want, they impose sanctions on us. They don't have to take that gold from us anymore because they can just literally go to Ghana and get all the gold they want to Uganda. Now, when we are on code, all of us, when they attack one of us and then they sanction South Africa and try to go and get gold in Ghana, Ghana responds the same. If they sanction South Africa, it's equal to the same way. It's the same when they sanction Ghana. That is the only way we're gonna survive in this thing. I don't know if that makes sense.
no. You actually made loads of sense, and really you enlightened us with your words. But I'd like to go to Africa. I wanted to respond to what Lozi said.
Oh, yeah, Lizzie, just wanted to say that was like amazing. That was like, I'm sorry, that was amazing. That was like a presidential speech. That was amazing. Sorry,
No,
just
Yeah,
thank you,
yeah.
saying.
sister. I appreciate it.
The sweet voice of Ghana. She comes now.
Wait first, AM, can you summarize what he said because I was out.
No, I cannot. He can
So
summarize what he said.
can you summarize it, please, guys? I did
Lizzie,
not
go
hear
ahead and
because I was
summarize.
Okay,
out.
okay. Okay,
There's nothing to
before Quick responds, let me just quickly summarize. I was just engaging with the panel about how can we, like how I see Africa standing, because I was actually trying to say Africa alone, because the question was that how can the natives in South Africa rise above the whites? And I was saying I don't see the solution other than standing as a continent to fight this. And then I mentioned the BRICS earlier on. You know, that's just my take on. I don't see us standing on an isolated position and fighting these white South Africans and winning. because white South Africans are backed up by the West, by the way. So fighting white South Africans as natives of South Africa, it's like fighting the entire West alone. You saw when the natives of Zimbabwe did it, the entire West came and unleashed the beast on them. So we need to start thinking in a sense that the only way we can win, it's not a fight for natives of South Africa. The fight should be for the continent, just like how the West will attack one African country when they try to have a leg. So we should start to attack as a continent rather than attacking as individual countries.
Okay,
Well,
okay.
wait, Lozy, Mamiza's here, so she can get on. Can we let her speak now? See, say something, Mamiza.
Hello? Can you guys hear me now?
Can hear you.
Yes.
Is it better?
Yeah,
Yes,
it's okay.
lot better.
Oh, okay. Well, greeting to everyone.
Top level,
Uh,
thank you.
there's someone, I think it's Stoic 1988, if I can see it well. Uh,
With me,
hi.
I'm here.
Yeah,
Hi, hi,
you're the
love,
one
hi,
that's
love.
always like asking for me to speak. Thank you for having my back.
I wanted to talk. I wanted to talk.
Yeah. So yeah,
Yeah.
um, yeah, I've been trying to join. Since the first time I couldn't speak because my audio was bad. I wanted to respond to, I don't know who was speaking. I think it was Muzenda. He's not here anymore, I believe. He's a South African, I believe,
Yes.
or Mozambican or whatever. Like, he did not like the fact that the first guy, I don't know if he's gone. The first person you were speaking with, African Millennium.
Ratty,
Yeah.
Ratty, yeah.
Is he still here?
It's gone.
No, he went to work.
Ah, okay. So you know how he was saying that everywhere that we have our people, we there's a low performance and there's a low standard and all that, and the other guy wasn't happy. That's why I was trying to come on the stream and kind of like reinforce what he was saying because that is the truth. No matter what excuse you guys gonna come up with, that is our reality, our inner. I mean, even just among ourselves, every space in which we only have ourselves, we do not function properly. We do not perform at all. Even if I sincerely believe that even if the European were to leave Africa, like all of them, every single them, who's that? Like if every single of them was to leave Africa, we would be struggling. I think we would turn against each other and just start fighting each other. Trust me, every space in which we are. Okay. What?
My
Somebody was
sister, can
saying.
I interrupt you? Can you name one space where that is happening? Because we need to be careful of mental colonization here. So
No,
please
no, that's
Wait,
my,
name. Yeah.
it's not mental colonization, trust me. It's called self awareness. And when you are aware of your issue, you start developing like a solution. But when you're not aware, you turn in circle. We have this real deep personal, like
Okay, my sister, name me one African country that has got the
you
power to run everything by themselves and be in a position where they're not undermined by the global agenda. And we can see this one black
what's the
sovereign state that has
okay.
got all control to be operating at their full to be able to come to that conclusion where we say black people are failing. Because I can tell you one thing, there is no black nation that is been left alone without being interrupted by external forces to interrupt whatever they want to achieve. So when we say things like this, remember, Europe is literally owning all the global resources, including even getting cheap labor from across the globe that is built in Europe. And these cheap labor is coming from all people of races, including black people. You find black doctors, black scientists building Europe there. But you try to
Listen,
compare
they're
here,
only
you
building
think,
Europe because they're working under the direction of those people.
It's
carry
the
all
system
those
that is being
Nigerian
created
doctor
pretends
and
to be like
some.
that.
Let me tell you, black people do well under like strict guidance by other people because first of all, black people
You are
don't.
mentally colonized, my sister. I'm sorry.
Listen, no, I'm not. Listen, I'm saying reality. Listen, a black person doesn't respect another black person. You understand? It turns into like fight and into like jealousy, envy. We have a
No,
I,
crime
no,
I
no.
mentality.
disagree. I heavily
Putin is bombing
disagree.
Ukraine as we speak. Putin is bombing Ukraine as we speak. Name me one black
Let's let,
nation
let's
that
let,
is
let,
bombing
let's
another black
see.
nation.
I really want to know
Don't,
why
don't,
he's saying that.
Hold on. Let me
no,
let me let me name.
stop
Let me
putting
name.
white people on a
Hold
pedestal.
on.
Hitler,
Your
Hitler
Please
almost
speak.
destroyed the
Let her
entire.
speak. Let her,
your
please let her
brother
finish.
your brother expressed the case of South Africa. He told you that in a part of South Africa where white people have like the power and running stuff, it runs smoothly. But where you have the black people, they can even function in that little kind of like scope that they have and make things work. But we don't, trust me, we do not. Because when we're talking about African country, I understand the
Somebody mute, please.
I don't know
Mute
who's doing
someone.
that. It's not me. When we,
No, no.
although we understand the global agenda, I'm not denying the white supremacy and all that, and the imperialism. I'm not denying that. I'm well aware of that, and I understand that notion, that concept. I understand the mechanism that they use to kind of like oppress us still, even though um sometimes in Africa people don't understand because they don't see white people walking around. I understand that clearly, but I'm saying even the little space that we have for ourselves, in that little space we are not doing what we're supposed to do. If I take the case of our countries individually, let's say a country like my country, Cameroon, the people over there are not doing what they're supposed to do. I'm telling you, people say go home, invest, and all that. That environment is toxic, it's hostile, and it's hostile to the local. For the local to succeed, you have to create an environment in which they can express themselves, okay, and blossom. But it's not the case.
But my sister, you just answered yourself. Under any good system that is designed to cater to the individuals in any sovereign nation, anybody has got ability to prosper. This thing of believing that black people are failing because of the color of their skin and whites apparently are being successful because of the color of their skin is nonsense because you are ignoring history and everything that is currently happening. There are systems that are put in place that are made deliberately to create certain atmospheres that favor certain groups. And that's what we must fight. Once we can remove the systems and you see everybody competing almost fairly on the open playing field, that's when you can
Tell
come
me
to
how
a
you're gonna remove
conclusion.
the system. Tell me. How do you think you're gonna remove?
The whole Western system needs to be rebooted or even collapsed,
Who
and
is
we
supposed
create
to
our
remove
own
the
system.
system?
Wait, sister,
Why do you think Putin is fighting Ukraine? Why is he trying to block actually? Why do you think Putin is trying to block me?
You're not answering me.
let me say what I think needs to happen. I think the way you're saying that if the European were to leave, then things will be uh, not function. I disagree, and the reason why I disagree is because if let's say you have a child that is born, right, and that child has always been managed by somebody who has does not have the interest of that child, and they purposely create a system to make that child fail. It when that child behaves, everybody always look at that child like they're just misbehaving. However, if let's say that child has a good parent that comes into the person's life and say, hey, listen, you and I are in the same boat. I'm going to show you the right values, our values, not the value of the other person who tried to destroy you, who who shows you proper leadership. You will eventually grow to say, hey, you know what, this is the right way to do things, right? And then you will grow to to understand how to organize your system. However, in the situation that these countries are in, they don't have a proper person who looks like them, shares a common idea, feels their pain, who does it. So therefore, in a sense, you can say that the person has never been trained, but that can change if you have a leader like, for example, Kwame Nkrumah, or this new guy who was in Mali who wanted to kick out France. He seems like he knows something. He knows that his people are not getting a fair share. He knows that there's someone from the outside who put his people in a disorganized fashion, making them unable to function. He seems like he sees that. That's why he tried to align with Russia, right?
Okay, I
So
understand.
what I'm saying, yeah. So what I'm saying, and the final conclusion to what I'm trying to say is that if we ever have a situation where it's a revolution, where you have a strong leader who puts the African ideology and values in the people and tells them, this is what you're going to do tomorrow, this is what we're going to do in 5 years, people will listen. But you,
Nobody.
you need that strong leader.
Okay,
But
nobody.
for now, there is nothing. Therefore, people don't know how to behave and do things, because no matter what they try to do, they get this, they get destabilized, and that's the problem.
Okay, you just explaining the reason why that is. But what we saying, we acknowledging that that is the case right now. Okay, we understand that the people can be empowered and inspired, and even like if it's a matter of leadership, because if you have a leader that's gonna even be whipping them to work and be and to put in the work and define a standard that each person is gonna make, they will eventually. Because even the South African, they're the one that built all the infrastructure there, but it was under the guidance and direction of the white people. Okay, that's
Yeah,
exactly what.
for their people, right? Yeah, you're right. For their people.
But that's what we're saying. What we acknowledging is what is there right now, and the way the people has been programmed to think. They have no standard. They have no expectation. The standard is very low. I mean, they're not thinking about like excelling or anything like that. That's just the way it is. All these African country,
Yeah,
the
that's
the
true. That's
environment is
true.
hostile.
That's true. But we're all hoping. I think we can all agree. We can all agree that we're just saying, okay, one day if that leader comes along, he will show and organize the people to achieve the common mission and the goal, and to establish ideologies and values that are common, right? That's the most important, because if people cannot see they don't understand their values, they don't understand their goals, they become disorganized because they don't know how to work together, right? Like all African countries, we share a lot of common
Who's
ideas,
that?
but go ahead. We
There's
share a
a
lot of
there's a noise.
I hear it. I hear it. I hear it. Soloha.
Like even a company, right? Like simple small company in our countries, they are not run properly. These people don't sometimes don't even have the know-how. Not only they have low they don't even understand that they can take it to the next level. Tell me one African company that is like a multinational. How do you say? Yeah, like that is
and
elsewhere.
that's and go that goes back to how their education system. I think it was Ghana or some other country. They're like, yeah, like they got the books from the, I think it was the British or the French, which they have to teach at school. And I'm like looking at them like,
Now, all
are you
those African
serious?
countries are like that. Even in Cameroon,
Yeah. So
France,
how do
the
you know
state.
how can you build a corporation when you're being taught things that are from like hundreds years old, and then you also have a leadership that they went to school in the West, they know these things, but for some reason your mind is just puzzled because you're like, wait, but or I think but yet you're not changing things. right? And I think every single one of us can kind of ask that question. How is it that these people are educated in the West, however, like they don't seem to see the problem?
And that's
Look,
what the
look.
problem is. They were educated in the West,
Can,
and
can,
they're approaching African problem with a Western mindsets. Africa
I
is not
don't
the
think
West,
look.
so
I
you
don't
have to
think that's
Can
where
I
the
just
problem
you
is.
have to approach African problem with the African mindsets.
They don't want to because they are sell out. They sold all the people with them. I mean,
If I wanna pick African leaders, you know what I would do? I would go find Africans. They don't know no European language. They don't speak no English, no French, no nothing about Europe, and put them in charge. And put
what
them,
are
put
they
them in
doing?
charge of the resources, everything, and tell them to just manage it. They will just manage it. They will use all that wealth to manage everything the primitive way, and
Okay,
you'll be
Mike,
surprised we'll get out of this condition
where
because
are they gonna get the knowledge to manage? What you talking
they will
about?
they will they will use their local knowledge, the indigenous knowledge,
That's not
and
gonna be
everything
enough.
will stay in Africa. Everything will stay in Africa because they have no knowledge of the
I don't
outside
even know
world.
what you're talking about. Our forefather, there were
Mike,
president in
Mike, can I
Africa
just
that did not
come
know
to the
No, no, I'm
nothing.
talking about the wealth with the resources we have today. Put them in charge
Mike?
and let them use their primitive way to manage the resources.
hold on, Mike.
There are presidents that were there that were exploited. Do you
Mike,
know?
you
I
can't
No,
don't
do
well,
know
what
which
that.
one.
people you
You
have
need,
ruling you are a bunch of Frenchmen in the
Mike.
black
It's
skin and Englishmen in
no,
black
Mike.
skin.
You
That's what
can't.
you have.
That's not the solution, Mike. That's not the solution because
That'll be a better.
no
That'll be
knowledge.
better than
No,
what you
listen.
have.
No, no. Listen,
I
Mike.
don't think
Knowledge
so.
is something all humanity creates, and you need to get that knowledge from other people. So if you try to isolate yourself, you're gonna not be able
But
to
that's
do certain
precisely not my
things, right?
point. Actually, I didn't say you have to
No,
isolate
but
yourself. I'm
you're
saying
saying that
I didn't say you have to
we should
isolate yourself. What I'm saying is you have to have your mentality, not someone else's mentality, to run your own
Listen,
Oh,
you
we can all
cannot
affairs.
be
agree on
like,
that.
you
We
have
can
to
agree on that.
understand how the world works globally and how
Because
to be able to compete because you're not gonna live. You have to be able to
I'm glad you
interact.
mentioned that, and that's the problem. That's the mistake we are making.
No, it's not a
We
mistake.
let me tell you. Let me tell you how you are making that mistake. Okay, we say we have to understand how the globalization was set up, right? The global world order was set up, right? How the whole global system was tied together, every country all tied together. Now, when this global world orders was being created, were Africans in the room? Were they in the room? No, it was all a bunch of European countries and Asians. They sat in the room designing the world order, the global world order. We all have to the trading order, the rules, the international financial system. Everything was being set up by them. The clause, the rules, the whole system was set up by them, and all in their favor. We were not in the room. All we're doing is we're just invited to participate in it, and we are participating, and we are not winning because we don't even understand it fully. We just go
Okay,
to
what
their
do you do?
schools, we get a little bit of degrees, and the degree is just a scratch on the surface of the entire knowledge base of the whole system. If you go to school and get a degree in engineering, like I did, it's just a scratch on the surface of the entire engineering sector. Really, you have to now start learning the whole trade, the whole, so what we do is we just go to the school, get the degree, and think, oh, we're economists, we are this, we're that. But the system is so sophisticated. They the one that design it, and it's so sophisticated. No African was there when it was being designed, so you don't understand it. It's kind of like a vehicle, right? When they design a car, right? They design it, the all component, different component. You're not there when the car was being designed, but you're part of the trading, vehicle trade. You're part of the, car business. All you're gonna do is just be a seller of a car. You're not a maker of a car. You don't understand it. Even when your car breaks down, you don't understand the company. You know what's wrong with it. You have to invite the people that made the car to come fix it for you, to come tell you what's wrong with it. So what I'm saying is, we are participating in a global system that we don't even understand the sophistication of it. That's what Africa is losing, and that's why I made the point that
Do you know why, Mike?
I'd
Do you
rather
know why?
have a primitive man. There has no knowledge of this system to come rule me because he's not going to participate in it. He's going to tell you, I know nothing about that. I'm going to use the knowledge I have, which is just within my environment of the African continent, and use it to govern myself. And whatever they want to present to me, only thing I need is what I would accept from them. But what you currently have leading you a bunch of people that think they know the West, the whole global system because they learn to speak French and English. They think they understand the world. They don't know shit.
Does anybody want to respond to that?
We all
You like
agree.
Mike?
I go if you guys
You like
allow me.
Mike? You
Go
like
ahead, Stoic. You want to
Mike?
go first? Stoic one.
You know, I was asking Mike, did you land the whole point there?
Say it again. Yeah, I
Did you
mean,
land? You
yeah,
land
yeah. I
the whole
mean,
point?
yeah. Go ahead, respond.
Now they can respond. Then I don't have anything for it, but yeah,
Mike's
anyone.
made some good point. I think he's right. You know, a lot of these things. For example, a couple of weeks ago, they got together about energy crisis, and they basically decide the future for Africa, right? So that's an example right there, and it's kind of
Can,
sad.
can,
Wait, did
can I?
Lozi want to respond?
Yeah, I just want to add. I won't add from what Mike said because I agree with everything he said. Just to go back to straight to my sister. Look, I think you try to diagnose the symptom and not the disease. So what you see on the state of Africa today, it's what you will see in any chaos society that is being undermined and being invaded. So these are the results you find in a state that is not fully functional. So what I'm saying is you don't have a clue or a picture of what Africans are capable of themselves, and I don't think anyone of us here has a picture of what Africans are capable of. Only the day that Africa leads itself and remove all this burden we carry that is imposed on us, where now Africa could be left freely to perform at their best, like any other continent that is free today. That's when you can come to your judgment. What you see now, the conclusions you have, they come from a state that is in chaos, and that's not the best position to hold and judge the individuals in that are found in that state. They are the results of they are the outcome of that hostile environment they are born into. We cannot come to the conclusion that you have up until the day Africa is at it performing at its best. It's unfortunate that we are born in a generation where Europe it's performing at its best and it's a ruling empire. There was many empires before Europe. Anything could have said about that empire and when Europe was in a barbaric state. What you see today with Africa is the result of what happens in a chaotic state. There will come a time that Africa will stand, maybe not in our lifetime, and we don't know what Africa will look like and what Africans will be capable of producing in that state.
That's a very
Did
good point.
the Bullet or wait 1 second? Did Bullet or Afriscope TV want to respond? If I don't
Nah,
hear, okay.
I just want to add on something. Like AM, like I was talking about Radi. This kind of reasoning of wanting to say that black people they have a problem. You normally see it with people who are living with white people or who grew up around white people. Seriously, I'm not lying. Like according to them, there is Africa is not being disturbed. Like generally, we can't govern ourselves. We can't fix our problems. So this type of topics they are really boring me. I don't wanna lie because Africa has been trying to stand. Take for example, Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe failed because of the sanctions placed on it, and they even refused to give Zimbabwe farming equipment. They even refused to give Zimbabwe chemicals that will clean their water. So there are many things that the West has done to Zimbabwe for Zimbabwe to fail. But yet, when a clever black speaks, they will say, look at Zimbabwe. Like black people can't govern. After the whites have left, what happened to Zimbabwe? And they do not consider the history, what caused Zimbabwe to be that way.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I've
That's a
heard
very
some
good
people on this
example.
wait, I heard some people on this panel say things like, "Oh, black people can't do it because of skin tone, because they inherit low IQ or low not being able to manage things. And I'm just like, I think most of these problems are cultural problems. We just allow ourselves to do these things, but I don't believe that all black nations just can't manage. Uh, there are a lot of background history on what's going on, and even if you want to take the colonization independence, they just left. Well, in some of the countries, they just left and said, "Hey, run the country." They didn't even. I'm not saying okay. Well, what I guess what I'm saying is, yes, they ran it better, but they had experience running actual nations before they came to the continent. We didn't have experience running nations. We only had experience running nation states, like small tribes.
Exactly.
So yeah,
And
so
Africa, I
we
mean,
never
if you
had
go,
the
those
chance to
tribes,
do
are they
that.
functionally running themselves? If you go to all these tribes, right? Are they effectively running themselves? Like they're very. You go to those villages, they're very organized. Everybody know the
They are,
kings. Everybody
yes.
know. They're effectively running themselves. So it's not peculiar to Europe. It's not the idea of being organized. It's not something peculiar to Europeans. It's just that what we have in Africa is basically you put a bunch of ethnic groups together. Now you give them a national language, which is not their language. 80% of the population can't even speak the English and French properly. Some of them, a lot of them can't read it. And then you everything is written instruction is so everything we do is in English or French, and most of the population cannot even read it, can't speak it properly, and we're operating under these things. And you wonder why we look so disorganized, and you would say it's because we're black and stupid. No, it's not. If I go to Europe, if I
Like
go to
this.
Europe today, let me make this point. If I go to Europe today and make England, France, Germany, all these like bunch of European countries, make them one country and give them my African language and write every instruction in the society in my African language and start telling them, hey, you have to go to school to learn my language. But this is the language and this is a system and you're all going to operate under. You think they're going to be so organized as they are right now?
Exactly. People say some people say Africans are stupid. I don't believe that. But they'll say Africans are stupid, but how come when they leave Africa they're smart? Or
Exactly.
they're excelling better than people in those countries? Like,
You
I
guys
don't
get
believe
everything
any
mixed
of
up.
this. I really
I
don't.
think it's a
No,
You
Because
mixture.
guys
once you put an
mix up
African,
everything. Honestly, we understand everything you guys are saying. You have to take things exactly the way it presents itself right now. We know that everything that you guys saying had happened, but at what point do Africans decide that yes, we want to overcome all our challenges? At what point you guys gonna sit over here keep? We know all that. We
But
have a
I mean,
heads
I
up.
think we see
We
what
have
we are
heads up
doing.
on what has happened to us and what is still happening to us. But what at what point do we stand up and challenge all that?
But
this is what you have to do.
mummies, like we have to give credit where it's due. Look at Africa 10 years ago and look at Africa now. We are talking as if there's nothing happening. The
Not,
progress is slow.
oh my God,
Maybe
nothing
2 years,
dangerous.
maybe 2 years from now, Africa will accelerate
Okay,
faster. We don't know,
that's
but
Africans with maybe.
compare Africa 10 years ago and compare to now.
I just
Africa is
want,
moving forward.
Hold
Let
on.
us not lie.
What do you guys what are
I
you
just
guys
want
even
to,
talking about? Because to me
But
it's worse than before, to be honest with you.
no,
The-
no, my sis, no.
Nah,
There's,
Mamiza.
there's
Now you
Africa,
are lying,
there's,
Mamiza.
okay,
there's
hold on.
Africa intertrade. There's
I don't
Africa
know what you
intertrade.
guys
No, my
value.
sis, you said
We don't
you said
value
we
the
are not
same
doing
thing.
anything. There's Africa intertrade that is taking a shape. For the first time, the continent is going to double or triple in the amount of increase in the trade. This is going to happen for the first time. So you cannot come and
That's what
say
you guys
Africans are
say. I
doing
don't care
nothing.
about all that big stuff that indicator that you guys want to take. I want to go on the ground and see how people are living, okay, and see if
Okay.
their
Okay,
quality of
Wait,
life
what
wait,
has
example,
wait,
improved.
wait, one
Mamiza,
You are not
second.
making
Wait,
sense.
one
Mamiza.
second. Before anybody replies, I think Afterscope TV wanted to say something.
yeah, I just like the optimism here. Like, I really like it. Just lets me know what I need to do as a person. Like, when I listen to all of you, like it just tells me, yeah, it is true that we do need some structural change in Africa. Like all of us Africans, we need to just sit down at a table and be like, hey, how can we build on our old existing models that we still love or still hold on to, whilst also not just neglecting the colonial stuff, because a lot of people right now we are mostly in touch with our colonial side too as well. So how can we just integrate those systems in place so that it actually function for us as Africans? And one of the things when it comes to planning and structuring is that we need to make it devoid of like tribal ties and whatsoever. It might be something that should work for all Africans, not just some African dominant group, maybe East African community say, oh, this is what we should do, this is what we should know. When we are talking about structuring our system, um, basically not only just fundamental governments, just like that, but also even when it's come to social welfare systems and what have you, this is the everything must be there so that we know what we are working with, because this is when it comes to the continent, a lot of people are lax when it comes to even social welfare. When I was talking to one old this thing another time, I think about a few months ago, and this man just opened out and say, "Oh, Africans don't need social welfare system." And I'm like, why don't they need it? Oh, we used to have this. Our people take care of themselves and they take care of their community. Hey, are we still doing that? Can you see the unemployment? Can you see the harsh realities that some of us are living currently? Do you see this and this? What is happening? So don't you think that we also need that when we are actually using not colonial system? Now they are using the modern, we call it the democratic republican system or what have you. Don't you think that it's also welfare system supposed to be part of that? And this guy was totally like, no, we don't need that. It's gonna create problems. I said, no, you don't. The old folks here, they don't want to update certain things because they know it's gonna. I mean, it's gonna put them on the hot seat. They have to work hard because social welfare system takes more. It means you are thinking about your people from the grassroots, what they eat, what they are sleeping, where they are, how they are living their life, what they have access to. And these people don't want to think about that when it comes to sub-Saharan African leaders. They don't want to put them, they don't want to work. They don't want to work. So when you bring about social welfare system, it's always a problem. Even the common social security system in various African countries is always flawed. It's like nothing there. I'm not saying this to say that nothing is ever working, but I believe that these are some of the bases, okay, when it comes to fixing problems structurally so that everything just falls into place. Nobody have to be like a master god patrolling, trying to make everything work. But see, if the system is structured and everything is in place, everything just works for itself. And that's what we see in some of the core countries, even if we can highlight all the issues that they have in a twinkle of an eye. When it comes to African issues, highlighting them is difficult. It's not as easy as we think it is. Highlighting some of the issues it's complicated just because what we make it complicated. We don't want to work around it. I believe that we need to really strategize our system. I don't know how it's going to happen, but I don't believe that just Ghana focusing on Ghana is just gonna work, because let me tell you, when you come to Ghana, you come to Togo, you come to Benin, you come to all of these countries, you see that we all have the same problems. Like
Same
honestly,
problem. Trust me, I'd say that all the time.
I'm
You
gonna
know,
hand
all
over
this
the mic
country.
to
Listen, African Millennium, you done Africa Cup? Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. You finish?
Yeah, yes, I'm done with that.
All right. So as long as Africans country, okay, don't work for African, the local, their people, okay, for the interest of their people, nothing will ever work. I don't know what you guys call it's getting better. To me, it's getting worse. There's nothing destructive, okay? There's nothing debilitating than and a country and a leaders that basically alienate their own people. You understand? Because 200 years from now, you guys are looking at now. I don't look at now. I look at like 50 years from now, 100 years. All those children of Africa that they have turned against their own self, they don't even see the interest in like investing in
You
the
see,
country
your,
in
your
anything
mindset is
that.
very toxic.
I'm
Your
sorry,
mind,
what?
your negativity, you are
It's not
super negative
negativity.
and
That's
thinking mindset.
reality. I don't know. I don't
Your
care
mindset is very toxic to the young
how
people.
how much discomfort
No, you
you
cannot
have
sit there,
when
my sister, and say nothing is being done. Like on the continent, it might be slow, but you cannot sit down there and say nothing is not
my
being done.
country.
Unless if you don't
No.
follow the news,
Mm-mm.
you don't do
Togo.
research.
Let me tell you, Lozi. Togo,
No,
okay,
you are very
Gabon,
negative
Cameroon,
and
Nigeria,
no,
all those countries are worse than before. My husband tells me how Nigeria was
that's
when
not
he was
true.
growing up.
No,
Okay, the thing
that's
that
not
they
true.
had in Nigeria, in place in Nigeria, right after the colonizer left, they built the system for themselves to function
That's
when they were
that's
there,
that's
right?
before IMF came for them.
That's a
It's
very
before IMF came for them. We can also talk about Nollywood, things that are Nigerians doing for
exactly.
themselves.
Look at the GDP.
IMF
Look at
came
the
for
GDP
Nigeria
of
in
Nigeria
You
today.
think Nollywood is a good thing?
1980s,
It's not a good thing.
No,
I'm
look at the
sorry.
GDP.
No, they're doing
Nollywood is
employment
toxic.
for
It's
themselves.
toxic.
You see,
That's
Okay,
this is the problem.
let us
This is
let it be
wait,
orderly
wait,
with our
wait.
talking.
This is the
Can we
problem
all
with
orderly
black
with
people
our
who are
talking?
in Europe. This is the problem. They won't recognize that IMF came for Nigeria. They will never recognize that. They will always blame Africans. This is
please.
the
I
problems
don't care about
of
all that. It doesn't matter.
IMF came for African
It
countries.
doesn't matter. You guys always talk about the money and it's not
Well,
about
Ah,
wait,
resources or
my sister,
funds.
then you won't be able to solve the problem. If you
We
are
talked
thinking like
about
that,
different things.
we'll make
We
a
don't
ah,
different
talk about the
point.
same thing. It's
All
not
right,
about the
come on,
fund. It's not about
come on,
the whole
everybody.
that the those
No, she's interested in painting Africans
People,
as like the weakest, as
can we
people who are not doing anything. My sister, I don't know where you're from. I don't know your experience that
Lozi, it doesn't matter where I
you're
am
so much
from. It's
negative.
the
No,
same
my sister.
tactic, the
We
same
cannot
mentality.
build
We
a
are
continent
mentally
with a negative
damaged.
mindset like
These
yours. We
African
cannot move
countries,
forward.
we,
No,
we,
we
we,
cannot
we
move
can't talk
forward.
at once because no one can hear anything if you talk at once. Let's make separate
Sorry about
points,
this.
please. Can we
Yeah,
make
Sorry,
separate points?
I'm getting irritated by our sister who doesn't want to
let me
listen
say
to anyone's
something.
point. She just wants to be negative.
Lord,
This is
the word
becoming unhealthy for everyone.
they say that we are all
Brother,
meant
it's
to
becoming
say
unhealthy for everyone.
they
We
say that
cannot
we are
debate her. Everything he says it doesn't matter. When we make points, it doesn't matter. That's what is irritating here. And then she wants to be negative about the continent. We can engage her. We can show her things that are changing. She doesn't want to see them. She just wants to be negative. So is this good for the panel?
Wait,
Because we
wait,
had a
wait,
point.
No, she's
hold on,
not
hold on.
being negative. She does have a
Wait,
point though. It's just that
she's
you got to
talking
be
her
fair to
mind.
her. She has some point. It's just that she's one of those people like she's kind of sick and tired of like she's not seeing the change quick enough. But the way I look at it is that most Africans didn't even know
I
what the
cannot hear you,
problems.
radical Nicopia.
Can you hear me now? Sorry about that.
You're
I'm
so
literally
low.
like,
You are low.
okay, let me turn up my mic. But what she's saying is that like most Africans did not even know about the problems Africa was facing before the internet. Like a lot of things we didn't know. Can you hear me clearly now?
Yeah, yeah, good.
Okay. So
And
what I'm
that's
saying
true.
is, yeah, before the internet, we didn't even know about a lot of the colonization and all that stuff that we're facing. Only recently through the internet we are kind of learning a lot, which is why you and I are connected and talking about it. So when you say there's no change, before people can change, they have to know that there's a problem, right? And also, I mean, I was also looking at Google Earth, and I can see when I look at Africa, I can see a lot of change from like 1990. So there have been changes, but at the same time, the whole world is also going through difficulties. things are changing. Things are never the same. Resources are kind of getting less and less. But I completely understand what you're saying. But to say that there are no changes is too much, and I kind of have to disagree with you. But I
I
agree
think
with some of the points.
you both have a point. There are changes. Well, I think what she's saying is that we are not dictating the movement, our movements. Yeah, we're moving,
Right.
but we're not
Exactly.
dictating our movement. It's basically others move, and their movement is what dictate our movement. So we're not moving at the pace we should move. Rather, I could say that maybe we're not following the direction we should be following.
No,
Okay,
yeah, Mike, you're
maybe
right.
I
We're
can
not moving
explain
at
it.
our direction. We're
Our
following the
direction.
direction
That's
of
what it is.
others.
So
Yeah.
others'
Starbuck,
direction.
please.
So they move, we just tag along. So we move along with them. So they
Exactly,
dictate
Mike.
our movement.
We're not moving for the benefit of our people.
So
Like I
that's what
don't
I
feel
said
like
earlier. See, you
I
got to
don't
now.
feel like our people have improved the
The
quality of
cooks and the
life.
kitchen.
Even
The cooks and the kitchen.
like even in Cameroon, right? The road that the colonizer built before. I'm not saying that there haven't been new roads. They have built new roads, but the quality of it, all the companies that they left, they sold the, they sold all those companies. Even our electrical company belonged to some
Do,
American
do-
company.
do you know
Before
why?
it was a national company,
Do
but
you know
now
why?
it's like
Because
Have you finished
The Cameroonians didn't build it, so they
your
don't know how to operate it. It's not them that built it, so they don't know how to operate it.
and you
So they
guys
have to
know
look.
that. Do you guys
wait,
know
wait,
that?
wait, wait,
Actually,
wait. Have you
not the
finished your
reason.
point?
Actually, that's not the good reason. The reason why, when they sign trade deals, right, they'll force them to sell these things, right? So to a foreign company. That's why, like, sometimes you'll wonder
Let me
why are
best
these
I don't think they
governments?
forced them. I would
I
say
don't
they.
care who forced them.
Well,
You have to be a
well,
man that can stand on your 2 feet.
no.
Okay,
Of course you can, but however, we're dealing with a bunch of weak losers, right?
so we
So
always gonna be like that
So
then.
it's not forced.
exactly.
It's a choice.
Well, we can. Well,
I think it's
how it's done,
mismanagement. It's
we
mismanagement.
can debate about that. We can debate about.
It's just disorganization, man.
Well,
Where is the
I,
disorganization? That's what
Let
it
me
is.
tell you
Like,
guys what it is. Black people,
mm,
African people has no standard. They have no work ethic. Okay, it takes sacrifices to get somewhere, and that's the difference between black people and white people. A white person is ready
Woo!
to sacrifice to
Oh,
reach his goal, but a black person is not like that. We are built differently.
I
Okay,
disagree. I
a
well,
black
no,
disagree.
person.
I don't see, Mamizi. That's where you're getting it wrong, man. You making this.
I
can we
It's
just
haven't
like
even
you.
finished. You guys
This is what
always
you do,
rush me to finish.
Mamizi. This is what you're doing right here. You look at the
hold on?
No,
positive side of. Wait, let me say this. You look at the positive and the negative side of human nature, right? And you take the positive side, you attribute it to the white people, and you take the
I
negative
don't
side,
think
you
so.
attribute it
I
to
don't think
black people.
so. They have their
No,
bad
no,
Okay,
side. No, no, no,
and
no,
Mami,
no.
no.
Even here in United States, listen, it's
this
not even
fun.
only in Africa, okay? Even listen to
Well,
go.
Now you're contradicting yourself. You said black man and white man. Now you're saying
There's
everybody.
no
Come
black
on.
man in the United States. What
No,
you
no.
talking about?
Mami's Mike,
What are you
Mike, you
talking
want
about,
to
Mike?
busy?
I'm telling you, even in my country, if Judah, I don't know if Judah is sleeping. There, we had a very big company, right? It was a Frenchman that was like running it. The moment that he left and handed it over to the local, that company was down the ground.
But
They
we
will
can also make an
still,
argument. We can also make an argument that if a
they will
Cameroonian,
still,
if you're
they have
Cameroonian, take
no
it.
work ethic. They just think
I
about
don't think that's what
today.
it is. I don't think that's what it is.
Do not. That's reality.
No,
Let me tell you that.
this
That's
I
is
can also tell
reality.
you that if
Wait,
a Cameroonian,
Is she finished her point?
okay,
No,
Can
they
we make?
trigger because they feel they take it personal. You understand? And it's so sad. We don't have the same work ethic. I'm gonna tell you that, again and again. These people can even sacrifice their personal. Like when somebody want to get somewhere, they will sacrifice themselves or whatever just to get there. But we are not like that. We are like I don't know how to describe it in English. Like
my sister,
Okay,
we
speak
give
for
up
people
can
in your
easily.
country.
First of all,
Edwin?
Speak for people in your country. Don't speak
we
for
do
all of
not
us.
even want to like.
This is what I
We
don't
don't
like
even
now.
keep up with knowledge. We
No,
don't even
no,
Hold,
keep
hold
no.
on,
up with
Speak for
knowledge.
blacks
wait,
in your
hold on,
country.
hold up.
We
Can
are
we go
not
from
mentally
Edwin
colonized.
to Afroscope now? Edwin, to respond to Afroscope.
Let me respond to Mamizi real quick. Mamizi, have you lived around white people? It looks like
Michael,
wait.
in Nigeria, hold on. Go to Nigeria, go to the hospital.
I ask you a simple question,
If
you
there
jump
is a
into a
white
different
doctor
thing.
in the hospital, okay, you're gonna see that everybody is gonna want to go to
But
that white doctor.
that's not the point I'm making. That's not the question I ask you.
I'm sorry, what?
I used to think like you. I used to listen. I think that's where you are. You're someone that spent all your life around blacks. You lived in Cameroon. You came to America, moved to black neighborhood. And then you think,
You don't know me.
wait.
Don't go
You think that's why I ask you. Have you lived around white people? Have you lived in white
what you talking
communities?
about? I live around white people.
Where did you live?
What do you want to know? That
Okay,
should be enough
let's
for
I'm
you.
trying to get an idea whether it's a white
Show me
country.
your face.
No, I'm trying to see if
there.
you live.
Yeah, it's okay. Make your point. Basically.
No,
Stop
wait.
right
Let me
there.
land. I'm trying to find out if you lived in a white predominantly environment. That's what I'm asking you now.
Mike, get your point.
Go
She
make
live
your
in the
point.
United States.
The reason why
She
I ask
always
is
live in
because
the
the
white.
moment. Say it again.
Mike, can we stop? Mike, can we
But
stop there?
Yeah, just like nobody interrupt Mike. Let him finish, please.
the reason why I made that statement is because when you move around predominantly white society, you will find out that you will find the same categories of humans. You will find among blacks. You will find the
I don't
productive.
think we are the same.
You will find the no. Listen, you will find the ignorant, the uneducated, the dysfunctional creatures among them. Now, here's the difference. Why their society is more organized is because their best are the ones in charge. You understand? They are
Why do you
best,
think so?
and their system make sure is their best. They filter their best out of the rest to be in charge, to be
You say the
competent.
same
You
thing.
yourself, you yourself, you come to America. What do? They have put you in position based on merit and things like that. So they structure their system in a way where they are best always be the one to be on top, to be in positions to run things. You understand? So what you see is you are exposed to the best of the whites, right? And then you use that to say this is what they are.
That's not true. That's not
And
what.
you and
So,
listen, and as the
no,
person, well,
but
like listen,
you're
let me
not
land my
answering me.
final point.
You
As
have
the
to
person
understand me to
in
even answer.
Africa, wait
Yeah,
now,
let him
Mami,
finish
you
his
respond. Let
point.
me finish. In Africa, you will when you spend time in among blacks in Africa, you will find a lot of Africans. They're just as brilliant and competent and humble and
Nobody said
complete
otherwise.
as
Don't
wait,
influence something I did not say.
as these
I don't like
colorful
when two
whites
people
that are
insist
running
I'm
white
right.
society.
I didn't even tell you that.
But
Let him land.
unfortunately, where we got it wrong is that those are not the ones in charge, in position to lead the rest. You
It comes
understand?
back to what I was saying. We have no work ethic.
What the heck? He has nothing to do. What does that have to do? Work ethic?
Because when you have
It's
good
the
work ethic,
structure
you
that's
know how to
different.
identify
All
the
right.
What
things
I'm
that
saying is
Wait.
there's no
Okay.
difference between the white
Wait.
society and
Hold
the
on.
black
Hold
society.
on.
It's
Hold
just
on.
the
Hold on.
structure that's
Mike.
different.
Mike. Hold on. Hold on. There's. It's becoming the Mameza Mike and
Yeah.
Radical show. Does anyone else have to
I really want to
respond?
have a conversation with Mamizi right now. I really want to have a
Let me just say this, right?
Okay.
Let me
Okay.
just say
No.
this, right?
Wait. No.
Why you guys so
Wait. 1 second.
hypersensitive?
Wait. Afriscope, Lozy, and then Radical. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, Mami, I really like the fact that you know what I mean. You know what we go through here. Like you really know what's on the ground. The ordinary people what they go through. I really know that. Like when you talk, I know for sure that these are the challenges that we have. But at the end of the day, if you are saying we don't have any work ethic, do you still believe that we can learn, we can change? Because when you reduce us to that limit that we have no ethics, Africans are like this, it's like you are putting a stamp, like a full stop, like it's just gonna be the same. And that's one of the things I believe in change. I believe that the people we are seeing here today, their contribution is what it's going to affect the changes of tomorrow, or whatever we are contributing towards today is actually what is going to change tomorrow. So if you kind of like put a full stop, like when you are talking, and then you be like, this is how Africans people are, and that's it's like you are saying we are not going to progress. I really want you to bring that side of you where you still see the progress right now. This is what we are, but this we can progress. I don't know whether you are getting me, because when you say my child is a thief, that means your child is always gonna be a thief. Do you see how dangerous that is? Like
When you finish,
I
I'm gonna respond to you.
yes, I'm done. Thanks.
Can I
Well,
respond to
Wait,
him?
wait, wait. No, not yet. Losie's next.
It's gonna
okay.
accumulate because
Th-
they're
th-
talking to
Thanks.
back to me.
Thank you, African millennial. You see, what I see here is what I would believe to be a mental colony. And many of us we have went through that. As Mike said, I used to have the same, more or less similar views as well, up until I started to actually pay attention to how the global system works. What you are doing, my sister, is that you want to start from the ground and judging that and going to the global system. It starts from the global system and then everything boils down. What you see in countries like Cameroon is what the global system has turned that country to be at best. So you mentioned one company that is not doing good to Mike in Cameroon. What you see with these colonial companies that were once running so well, and then all of a sudden they no longer running well after liberation movements and the new army, they always are undermined by the countries that have got power. Those companies, we have them here in South Africa. Most of them that are still standing from the colonial structures, they are linked with the whites. And the investment that comes in the country always favor those kind of of companies. I'm not removing any responsibility of the incompetence of some black people. Incompetent people can be found in any race you can think of and in any country. The difference is many countries in the developing world are not only fighting incompetency only, they are also fighting being undermined by the global system at the same time. Whereas developed countries, which are most likely to be the Western, are always getting a boost and supported by the same global system that keeps on undermining other developing countries. I'll give you a typical example with my own country. There's a company that is more the largest shareholder is our government. It's more or less the entity of government, which has made some investment around 2008 or 2011 back in the days in a Chinese company called Tencent that owned WeChat of China. That company, when they made that investment, it was 31 million US dollars. Fast forward after 9 years, that company they invested in that company when they saw potential of WeChat, and this is a black government, by the way. Fast forward after 9 years, that company grew to be worth more than 150 billion US dollars with that little investment. The returns they made from that profit alone, it was so huge. So what I'm trying to tell you is that black people can succeed. Black people know how to maneuver within the system. The problem is that we're not only fighting the incompetency of our members in our race, we are also fighting a gigantic global system that is undermine us in every position of the every when we try to make progress, there is that system there. And what I'm trying to share to you, my sister, is this: until that system that keeps undermining us can be challenged and no longer be on top of us, we will see black people performing at the best. We will still have incompetent people just like everyone. But the difference is this: we won't have that giant system that is set up to undermine us. I'm saying give black people a chance to see them how they can fully operate in a world where they are left alone to prosper. What you see in Cameroon, you know what's happening in Cameroon. You know the tensions of Cameroon. If you are a Cameroonian, you know there's an external force behind it. So whatever the outcomes you see in the chaotic society of Cameroon, it boils down to that superior system that is undermining the people of Cameroon. It's not that the people are failing. That system has created the most chaotic environment. And out of that chaotic environment, you will see certain things of this nature that you're talking about. So we are focusing on the symptom, not the root of the disease. You are not focusing on the problem. You're
So
focusing
so
on the outcome.
I don't think so.
Wait. One
can I
second. One
can I,
second. No, let him finish. I'm gonna give everyone a chance to speak. Let him finish.
Can
No,
I
I'm
respond to
done,
everything
African
you asked
millennial.
me?
You're finished?
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay. And I 100% agree with you, Lozi. I agree with you. A lot of these things And I agree with Mike as well. These are systems that we did not create ourselves. Judah, you might have to call back. You have a background noise. But like a lot of these systems are systems that we were inherited. I don't remember any of my ancestors create. Judah, you're gonna have to like call back. I don't remember any of my ancestors creating any of these systems. So for me to not be judged that I'm not doing it well, I don't understand it. Now, I'm not taking away the fact that they're crooked African leaders, but if you look at just African culture in general, a lot of these people are bad. They'll say the leaders are bad. The societies are horrible. They need to fix that. So it's not as simple as what people say. Um, I feel like uh, a reset will depend on the actual society if they want to do that. I don't think a lot of African societies want to do that. You know, people complain about corruption and all this and that. I don't think they want to fix it because there are people winning with that system. Mike Millie,
Definitely.
Solo Hurry can go ahead. Okay.
No, I think every single person made a good point. So I'll try and I I I think that she made a good point. Mike made a really good point. The last brother speaking made a really good point, and I think this is a stream Kaizo shouldn't miss because he's always talking shit about Africans being low IQ. And I just want to repeat this one point the brother said. He said that we were never given an opportunity. We never had a chance to prove ourselves. It's like people judging you, calling you stupid. You never had a chance to prove yourself. If nobody was undermining us, right? And we were allowed to do our thing, I promise you, we could be probably the most advanced society in the world, or at least up there with
I
everyone
agree with you.
else
I agree with
who
you.
are doing
You know, when I
computer
well,
science, engineering.
oh,
The internet, as a matter of fact, the internet was also invented by us as well. Computers, parallel computing was also invented by us, you know? So
No,
I
man,
want to
we
say
didn't
the
invent
brother who
nothing, bro.
first
wait,
Stop, stop, stop
one
claiming.
second, let him finish.
But stop
You're
claiming.
next. Wait, no. No, one
See,
second.
no,
see,
Just
no,
let
when I
him.
I
say
haven't spoken,
No,
bro.
no. Let him finish, please.
African Millennium, meet him.
Okay.
okay, so when I say
Um,
invented,
yeah.
when I said sorry, when I said invented, sorry, what I meant, I should have said that we helped develop, right?
Exactly.
So
That
just
should have been the word.
we help develop.
Exactly.
So when somebody says, "Oh, they have low IQ," I always disagree, and this is one of the things I hated about the way Kaizo titles his videos. You know, it's the one thing that bothered me, and I noticed that's why we were always fighting over that. Anyway, that's what I wanted to say. But other than
I
that, I
agree.
think everybody made a good point.
Yeah, I agree with you as well. I don't think we inherently have low IQ. I don't think we've been able to. We're not playing in a fair system, and I know it's cliche when people say that, but when there's a country like Ghana that has gold, but they only get 5% gold reserves, that's not fair. You know what I mean? It's just we. I'm sure we were forced to sign that. You know, and I mean, I don't know why that hasn't been changed, but I understand.
Because there are
You know,
people who want to come down.
that's
There are
probably
people.
why that's probably why things are going on like that over there. That's why people are struggling. Um yeah. Judah,
Can
go
I?
ahead.
I want to start by asking, is the Ayoba Mpilo? Is he from South Africa?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Um, oh, that's fine. I would like to talk to him one on one if he really know what, if he really can stand a debate because I don't know if he can really speak English that good. If he wants to, he can come on the panel and me and he can talk one on one. He made a statement about calling Cameroonians stupid and the most in the universe, but I want to let him know that Cameroonians are one of the most intelligent people on the continent, and they are more intelligent than from his own village and very intelligent than the country that he comes from. So before I
Don't
make
take
my
him
point,
serious, man.
why I'm not gonna take him serious because I don't think he can hold debate. He can only chat on the chat. He cannot come on here and say stuff like that. I want to go on what I said before. I think I was one of the person that started this discussion where I said most of the countries that are run by dark skinned people have not gotten any improvement ever since independence.
Yes, they
From
have.
from Papua New Guinea to the Caribbeans to the African continent. When I talk of improvement, it's not just the little things that we see around. It's like giving a bone to a dog instead of meat, and you feel contented with what you have. That's what we are saying. We are not talking about what you have because you have not gone past a stage where you cannot be called a third world country, right? You are still in it. You, no matter what the things you do, you are still a third world. You have to pass. You have to improve. They have not been improvement. Once you improve, then you can be a first world country. But you have not passed that stage. You have not passed that stage. There's a lot of things that are holding you back, especially when it comes to the system. I see people saying francophone countries and anglophone countries. Yes, both systems are messed up in Africa. These are things that are holding you back. I heard somebody say when Africans go to Europe, they perform well more than the Europeans. Nope. The Europeans are still excellent in their countries. The Americans still do better than Africans. Don't mind the little people that goes come to America and they do good and you think everybody is doing well at all. No, there are some Africans that are not doing well at all. These are just facts. We have people, we cannot keep electing people and we
Thank
say,
you for
oh,
acknowledging that.
can I finish? When people were talking, I didn't talk, so please let me talk a little bit. Um, the system in place in Africa is not working in South Africa. It's not working in Cameroon. It's not working in Ghana. It's not working in any country that you find yourself. You can change your presidents often and often. You can play the same music every day. You can change the same people, but the system remains the same. Insanity is when you do things often and expect a different result. You elect the same people and you think things are gonna change. Things are never gonna change. You have to clean the system. How do you clean the system? For you to clean the system, there's gonna be a civil war in Africa and all those countries. There has to be a civil war. There has to Africans have to come together. There have to be a 1 million march across the countries in Africa, continental march where everybody comes out and take the regime out and come up with a new system. African Union has to be that union where things have to be made, not sit down and discuss. If people want, if you guys are fighting for a democracy where Africans can come together, and then one thing is the financial currency, like somebody said, I think Laser talk about the currency. You cannot have a continent where you go to South Africa, use a different currency, you go to another country. It just doesn't make sense. You move from one country to another, you cannot do business because you have to change SIM card or phone telephone numbers and stuff. It just doesn't make sense at all. You move from one you so it's just problems across problems and nothing is being solved. When we solve little things, we feel like we have been solving problems in Africa. But there are main issues that people should be talking about. And these are the things that are not really, being talked of. So I don't want to come here and say we are doing good. We are not. If somebody tell you Africa is doing great, we are not because we are being
Can I
used.
ask you a question?
We cannot run our own resources. The resources are controlled by the Europeans. Our currencies are pegged to their own currencies. Ever when their currency dropped, our own has a problem. When they decide they can shut down their market, and we have problems with it. So look, Africa has to be. Come on, let me stop talking. Thank you so
Can I
much.
ask you a question though? You
Go ahead. Go
specifically,
ahead.
Judah. So the question is, who's supposed to solve that?
I just told you how you're supposed to solve it. Africans have to shut down their borders. They have to be a
No,
one
but I,
million. The
but
system has to be cleaned
uh,
out. That's what you
mhm.
have to do. If not, you will keep doing the same thing often and often. That's insanity and expecting a different result. You guys want to go to the poll and vote. This is elections is going on in Nigeria 2023 early. The person that is coming in power is not going to change stuff. You go to South Africa, the person that is not going to change stuff. You go to other countries, people, George Weah, when he came to power, Liberians were expecting a different result, but it's still the same thing. The system has to be cleaned completely from both ends. You see what is happening in Chad. Chadians are on the street because Idris Deby died. The son took over. It's still the same thing. He's killing his own people. You go to Senegal, it's the same issue often and often.
Judah,
So
Judah, I agree with you, brother, 100%. Look, African millennial, just to add on what he said, because he made a very good point, and I think he's explaining what I was explaining earlier on, just in a different approach. I agree with him in terms of the people will be the ones who will change Africa, not these leaders we have. The question is to make things really happen. The people at some point will have to fund the military themselves. We will have to be organized so much that the people will directly take their own resources and invest in a military that will carry the agenda and serve the people of Africa. Beyond that, we won't be able to even remove these puppets who are in power. We can all come together tomorrow and start the largest march on the continent. They will just observe us, and then after that, it will just be a smoke and it will disappear. But if we can also do that while also funding the military as people that will be organized and carry our agenda, that will be much better. The question is, how can we do that? How can we be in a position where we can empower ourselves? I don't know how to do that.
Let me ask you guys a question. Like, let's say a scenario you guys brought. You say, I know Jude meant to say revolution, not civil war, because civil war means citizens fighting other citizens. But revolution will be more like citizens taking over, overthrowing their leaders. So I think he meant to say revolution, not civil war.
Exactly.
Okay.
Sorry.
So let's say this revolution take place, which we see in places like Burkina Faso. You topple these leaders. So who do you put it? Who do you replace them with?
Right. It depends on, like, I mean, in every country that you live in, maybe in Nigeria, you guys have somebody that you guys see. Once you can tumble people, but once the system is not changed, it means you are just replacing them. The
Okay.
system is the main thing that governs the people. It's like the backbone of the constitution. What is happening in Burkina Faso right now? The guy is about to change the constitution. He's about to come up with things that might change the people. But this is the thing: once people get in power, they become absolutely corrupt, and they become, when power do change people. And this is the
So
thing. So
so
go
don't
ahead.
you think the people should figure the new system first?
And
Right? Design the way forward first, and then once you figure it out, and then you go and topple your leaders, and then just
right,
replace with
right,
that new
right,
system.
right,
Because I'm
right.
I'm learning from the mistake the Burkina I see is it Burkina Faso or Mali, one of them that they've done
Burkina
coup after
Faso.
coup, and like Burkina Faso, for example, they all got on the street and toppled their president, but they couldn't figure the next step. They couldn't figure who to take charge. So they overthrew the leader. Now that was a perfect opportunity. So I'm thinking the next country that wants to do it, the lesson they should learn is before they go and overthrow that leader, you should already design way forward. So the moment you get that chance to overthrow that president or the leadership, just replay. Already have your way forward. Already have it all
Right.
planned out.
Right. I think most countries, I think Burkina Faso had a plan, right? Because the guy that was overthrown, he overthrown the former president, I think Damiba. His name was Damiba. So when Damiba, he ruled for, I think, for 6, 7, 8 months, and he was overthrown now by Traore, Mohamed Traore. And when Mohamed Traore comes in 2 weeks, he decided to be nominated as the president. So I'm guessing he got his own everything that he's planning to do. But this is a thing, like I said, Africa people, you wouldn't sit down and expect change in every country in Africa. Like to change a system, it is taken by force. It's not given to people. These are the things when you hear of the French Revolution, the, all these things that happen in Europe. Those were people that took their revolution in high esteem. Things were supposed to change when there was a revolution in Europe where potatoes. I mean, bread. People were running out of bread. Think it took them. They have to go to the street to change things. And us Africa, when we keep saying, "Oh, these leaders they have to do this," we are just talking. Because if that system that we are talking is not changed, then we will be on the same spot. We'll come here every day and keep saying the same thing often and often, and that's just it.
You know, this idea of change in the context of Europe, like I mean, the one you example you gave, they just did a revolution in France. And all you know, it's very easy when you have a country of just a mono ethnic country where everyone is just French. It's easy for them to come together and just do something
No, no, no.
and replace.
French had different tribes. France, I'm talking about the country France. There are so many tribes. Even now, there's a part that want to separate away from France. It's
Really,
color, right? So
with
France.
different
So those are
languages,
huh?
with different languages.
Yeah, with different languages. It's just that the French that you hear is what you feel like everybody is speaking. But in France, they have different version of languages that they speak French, which is different languages. So their
But they've always
revolution
been
was
one kingdom.
but no, it's not one king. Their revolution was to unite the country because
Mm.
you have right. So it was to unite. Even in UK, you have people that you have the Irish, the Scottish. Those are different
Yeah,
people.
I get that one. I get that.
Why they
But
are not the same
The
people?
English are one people, right? At least.
Why the English is England. So the
Mhm.
English, which is England, are one people. The Scottish are different people. The
They are
Irish
different.
are different.
Irish,
The
yeah,
ways,
different. I know that. Yeah.
right, right. So us in Africa, we believe that all the Europeans or these countries were are this. No, they also have different tribes in these countries.
But what I do think is, I think we need to set the priority. We have to set the steps instead of just saying this is what we want. Because if you don't, like they said, that's the saying that before you cut down a tree, you have to. If you want to spend 1 hour to cut down a tree, you need to spend 8 hours sharpening your blade or your whatever you're going to use to cut it, right? So I think before Africans begin to say they want this, they want to take steps to do something. I think you first have to plan for it and plan the aftermath. You understand? Now,
Mike, but
what?
but Mike, in reality, revolutions don't work like that because it's if everybody if everybody in the country knew the plan, then your
No,
enemy
no,
would
no, no.
stop
I'm,
them.
I'm no, no. That's not the point I'm making. I'm
They
not saying
they
I'm
will
not saying
step
you
in
sit down
and
now.
but that's well, even if you don't announce, even
I'm
if you're
not
not
talking
gonna
about
announce,
revolution
it's
being
very
televised.
difficult.
That's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, but even then it's very difficult. Like generally generally, yeah, people go out and protest, but the reality is only what a couple of people just find themselves becoming the
Now,
leader, and
listen. Now,
you can only
but
hope that they have the intention of the
remember,
people in mind.
remember, I didn't say
So,
plan. I didn't say plan a revolution.
well,
What I'm
no,
saying
you're
is
saying how
plan.
things will change. You're saying how things will change, right? But that depends on the leader of the revolution. If they're honest, right? If the leaders of the revolution are honest, they'll sit down with the people and say, "Hey, listen, let's
No,
do
no, no,
something."
no. You
But
don't even need to sit
if
down with the people. No, no.
right, so I
That's a
mean,
bad
when you
idea.
look when you
They- they-
no no you can't sit down with the people because the people will strengthen you if they know
no,
that you're
when
honest.
I
For
said the
example,
people, okay, maybe we're mistaking the term, the people.
yeah,
Well, go ahead.
so
Yeah.
so when in the case of Burkina Faso, right, when they had their revolution,
I never
um
get to talk. You guys know that. You guys went
okay,
around and
Just
started
let
a
us
new
know when you want to
debate.
talk. We'll let you talk. There's no
all
You
problem.
right,
guys just
sorry,
started a
when I'm
whole
finished
new
you'll talk.
debate.
Sorry.
All right.
So
I think
what I'm
I
saying,
think earlier when I spoke, I don't think you guys understood me because everything, Mike, all your
But
answer
let
was
him finish though, man, and you go after him. Well, let him finish his point. Yeah.
who?
Go ahead, guy.
yeah, I'm saying that one of the biggest reasons why Burkina Faso failed, like they ended up like getting into another coup, was because first they had an eternal and external enemy that was determined to make sure they fail. Remember, they had the African Union put sanctions on them, and then you had France keep sending in troops to undermine them. So it's like I knew from the beginning that they were gonna fail, right? But if the people were very united and continued to like protest and do a lot of things, then I think France will kind of back off a bit, but they wouldn't give up, right? So um in this situation where you have enemies outside who are determined to make sure you don't succeed, it's really difficult. You actually in Africa, like the other brother said, you need an actual revolution, like and it might have to come at the at using guns, like with guns, in order to literally get these people out, right? But other than that, it's really difficult, man. And that's all I gotta
I'll
say.
let my
So
music go before I respond. I'll let
yeah.
my music go before I respond to you. My music, you should want to say something.
Yeah, we were going around and I never got to have my turn. You know, earlier I was telling you guys um, about why the white people are successful and we are not, right? I told you guys it has everything to do with work ethic. You guys came here and respond, and your response wasn't even like towards whatever I said, because you guys don't understand the whole picture of what I'm describing. And you guys understand exactly what I'm saying because you know, like each and every one of you guys know. Like Judith said, if you look around the world, all the countries that white people are doing, even the African country that has a small percentage of white people and they are in control, they do way better than countries where there's no white at all, and we all know why. What I was saying, you guys said that African countries are doing better, and I told you they are not. They have regressed. You guys confuse gentrification with doing better, like growing growth. That's not growth for me. As long as a country is not taking care of their people. In Nigeria, has the price of a commodity ever went down from what it was before when you were growing up, Mike? Because in my country it has never, like, even just like sugar, it costs way more than what it used to be. I know there's inflation is normal with time, but it's like
Sorry to
the
interrupt you,
revenue.
but inflation causes prices to go up all the time. But sorry to interrupt you, but anyway, I understand what you're trying to say. But that's just a bad example. Prices
No,
go
No,
up
radical,
everywhere.
that's not
radical.
a
Let me.
bad example because those
No,
people,
anyway,
the
let her
local.
finish. Let her finish.
Yeah.
I mean, when I'm telling you that a country to me is doing well when that countries figure out how to take care of their people, when the people are not starving, when the youth of that countries is taken care of, they're not taking all the risks that we see African countries you take to go elsewhere just to have a better life, because they put themselves in a position in which they rather die than even continue staying there. You understand that country is not. I don't know where you guys see that the country is doing well, and that's something that really I mean, like irritates me about us Africans. In Africa, we have maybe two or three group type of African. There are Africans that are doing well. Maybe they have coming from a uh, well like good family and all that. They don't feel the pain that the regular Africans go through and spend all their time denying what's going on the ground with the local and just overlook all these people that are struggling. What you guys understand by a country doing well? To me, a country do well, there's a four area I would say in which I would I can look and see if this country is doing well. I will go first. Hospitals. How does the hospital? What does the hospital look like? Prison. How do the prison look like? Those are the place where you take care of human being. And I will look at the school, the transportation. How do people move? Are they moving safely? Over there in Africa, every single day we can count how many accidents happen because of lack of, I don't know, just like what I'm trying to say is that we don't put safety of our people first at all. Those countries are not taking care of their people. The only country, maybe, I don't know about South. I've been in South Africa once, but I don't know about how the people, to be honest, for the most part, are being taken care of. But I know that the whites are marginalized. For sure, they are. Even in Cape Town, the moment you leave the nice place in Cape Town and go Outskirt, oh my God, it's there are ghettos all over there, and they are filled with black people. So I don't know what fantasy that we Africans have that these countries are doing well. Really, I don't understand you guys.
Okay, we get your point.
Oh, she's made a good
Radical.
point.
Yeah, she made a good
She's
point.
made a
Yeah,
very good point.
yeah.
She's
But
right.
let me respond. Radical. Let me respond to your Burkina Faso point. Last point you made. About Sankara. You said the revolution, whatever they do, well, it's always going to be tackled by the French and it's always going to fail. But don't forget that Thomas Sankara, he had plans. So when he took over, he already had plans, and his plans is working. He had a plan in place, and the moment he came in, he started executing the plan, and they were functioning. The country was moving forward. They were moving in the right direction. Only if the other Africans would have listened to him, if they would all listen to him when he spoke to them and jump on his plan, and I mean, I think we'll be in a better position. Though I think he should have done a better job structuring the leadership better, trying to making himself and just feel others the lone wolves. He could have made the structure of the government more of a secret society where if they kill him, the next guy, you know, you can kill one man, but you can't kill the system. So I think that's the only mistake Sankara made. But all of Burkina Faso, they can learn from him. I think, well, I'm not thinking they're learning anything from Sankara, to be honest. By the way I see the way they're doing things. So that's just why my response to your point on that.
Who's next?
I don't think he knows he's muted.
How long was Sankara in power? I think it was something like 4 years, right? I don't think he lasted in power. He did not have time
Yes.
to do anything.
Yeah, he did not. I mean, he did not. But in the number of years that he was, he did a lot of things that took Burkina Faso to another stage, right? Because he was the one that
Yeah,
changed the name from Upper Volta to Burkina Faso, and I think he did a lot of development as well. Things were going fast and changing. But this is the thing
But
that
but you, but you see, they all
what
suffer from that same thing. They don't have the ability to defend themselves from outside forces, so they always
exactly,
usually end up collapsing. So literally,
exactly.
what's the point of building if you're
But
weak?
but 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 it's one thing about Africa. The outside forces, they've never directly coming to do their
They
damage.
don't need to. They don't need
That's
to.
what I'm saying.
Look,
So
look at Ethiopia. They just send weapons to one group that they like to do the fighting for them.
but
so
because they possess our mind, that's what I'm telling you. We are damaged
I don't
people.
think they possess our mind. Anyone can be
They
bought,
do.
man.
No, they don't
Anyone can be
possess.
bought.
No, they don't possess your mind.
I can go
They,
and
they
Okay,
buy
just
white
got.
guy.
say
I
deny.
can.
Say
Anyone can be bought. Trust me, my easy. Any human being can be
Yeah,
bought.
it's true.
That's
Anybody.
just
You
a
can
fact.
go.
It has nothing to do
You
with
no,
can go to.
when you
Mike.
buy.
You
Oh
can
my
go to
God,
America
this
and buy
man.
politicians. You can go to
Oh,
America and buy
I can.
politicians.
no,
Even
no,
the European going to do
no.
it to each other. Why do you think America created a law they call
I
the
say no.
espionage?
I say no.
What do you
No.
mean no?
I
What's no
don't
to
agree
that?
with you guys. I'm gonna disagree. An African person can be like, I mean, everybody knows that African people are for sale. That no
You
matter.
right? Not me.
Yes.
You right?
Come on, you can buy any politician from any country. Look at
I
look
don't
at
know why
No,
she's
America.
no,
talking the
no.
way she's talking. Has
The
she read
American
history? Do you read
government.
books at
Listen,
all? Do you
the
read
American.
history?
You always deflect. You guys have 54 countries. Oh,
No one
none
is
of those
deflecting.
countries
We are
is
telling
doing
you
well.
human nature. You're here attributing all these
It's not
negative side
human
of
nature.
humanity
You
to
guys have
African.
54 countries. None of them is doing well.
What? That's not the
No one.
argument.
We don't
I
disagree
don't know
with
why
you.
we're
We
wasting
don't
time with
disagree with you. No, McMusey, we don't disagree with you. You actually made
Stop
good
calling me
points.
by Niezi.
Sorry, but you
Oh
actually
my
made
God.
good point. You made good point when you said that in order to measure progress,
Oh my
that
God.
does
This is
that
what she
country
does, right?
have
This
good
is what she
proper?
does. This is what she does. She will make a bad point, and when you start countering a bad point, and she will jump to a good point, right?
No,
And
Mike.
No, no,
she,
no,
she,
Because
she,
you
no. It's
guys
just
don't
that she.
understand me. You
when you
never.
start arguing against the point that you are disagree with,
No,
right? You
no.
start
I don't think
defeating
you
her,
guys
and then
understand.
she will go to the point that you
No,
agree with, She's not
Very
introducing the point.
sensitive. Mike, I'm very
Like just like she
sensitive.
did just now. We're trying to tackle the point that we disagree with. Next thing she went to the point that we agree with that. Yeah, it's messed up. Yeah, we all know
No,
that.
I don't think so. I'm
No,
That's
the
why
no,
most
but
you do that
sensitive
mental
part.
gymnastics. My music, you know.
no, but
Listen,
you made some really good point to clear up why you said what you said
no,
before, and
listen.
I
It
completely
doesn't
agree
even
with
have
you,
to
right?
be a good. It has to be reality.
No, it's
Nothing
not.
is
Well,
as
it's
long
not
as
about reality. It's the truth. You spoke the truth. It's not about realities. You spoke the
I
truth,
speak about
right?
things that I can bring proof for. To be honest with you,
Right.
the African
And
mind is possessed by the European. Okay, when your children, when your standards, when what your values are messed up, what do you think? Well, what do you think is gonna like if somebody live in your mind, you have forgotten everything about yourself.
Are you talking to me?
I mean all of us. I mean all of
No,
us.
boy, I can't relate to what you're telling me. That's what I'm asking you.
Okay, I'm not
My
even
mind is not possessed. You know?
I'm not gonna even argue with you because you lack sometimes you lack self awareness, to be honest with you, of the thing that we suffer from. Like that guy was saying,
Well, I'm telling you, I don't suffer from it. Why don't you explain to me how I
Mike,
suffer?
it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. If you're not suffering from it,
Because
99
I mean, you say, yeah, I mean, it's very insulting to accuse someone of, I mean, things like that you do. Like just say
percent of
just say
Nigerians.
you and some of us, or some of you. Don't just say we're all suffering from this and that.
Okay,
Hey, come on, stop
all right.
degrading.
We are. We
Okay,
are.
yeah, we can do the topic or live stream tomorrow at night. It's like past midnight here. So if anyone does not mind with the closing statement.
Are you not
hey,
doing 10 hours
are you
live?
trying to
You
take
didn't
Kaizo's?
No,
I
I'm
have a question.
I have
I
to
have
go
a
to bed.
question.
Yeah.
Are you trying to take Kaizo's subscribers? Because I noticed you're on his hours now.
I actually I actually created Kaizo's channel. I would have him on these panels when he was starting out.
Oh, really? Eh? Wow, I didn't
Mhm.
know you guys known each other that long. Interesting. Okay.
I think
Yep.
Okay.
Millennium. Can I ask you something?
Yes.
It has nothing to do with what's going on with the life and like what happened between Kezo and Mr. Uganda.
That means he wants to gossip.
Yeah, I
No,
can't say it in
seriously,
public.
that's weird. Like one day I was saying something about Kezo. He's like, never mentioned that name on this channel. I'm like, what the hell? What happened when I was gone? Like I know you guys are friends, all of you.
It's really nothing.
Um, I don't
Oh,
even know if I should
watch
say
the
this.
last stream. Watch the last stream. And
Which
what's his
one?
name? I think Musanda explains it. The very last one. Musanda will explain everything.
It's a
I don't
pittance.
know the last stream. I don't know where it is. I don't want to go
Uh,
search.
Come on, it's
Uh,
not
Nothing.
that hard. Just look at the
can you
streams.
tell me, please? Because that was like it
I
was strange
Nothing.
to me.
was it yesterday? Check. Okay, between yesterday
Yeah,
and the
The
so
day
I
stream,
before
could
the
yesterday.
stream got
wait.
hacked.
Yeah, so I could write in a private chat. I don't want everyone to know.
Really nothing. Nothing.
It
Nothing
got
happened.
hacked.
Yeah.
Move.
Okay.
Move.
So yeah. So does anyone want to go
What
first?
did you answer
I
me?
think
I did not hear your answer.
I'm gonna write it in the private chat. I don't want to say it
Okay.
in person.
Thank you.
all I want to say is that before I go, everybody here made some extremely good points to the point where it kind of clears up this Kaizo question where he's always got like, oh, you're low IQ, this, that. And I think it's actually
Come
nice
on.
to see people see.
He's a,
No,
he's a bloody
it's
fool,
actually
man.
it's actually nice for people to actually see that things are not what we always think, right? So good for you guys, man. You guys made some really good
You know,
points.
that's what Africans tell their children. They say, "Oh, you're low IQ. You've been conquered. Your forefathers were dumb." Yeah, that's what we
Let
teach
me
our children. That's why they grow with low self-esteem. You know, see, this is what I would say, right? To closing, right? I think they say if you don't master what you possess, you can be very effective with it. You understand? So the system that we're using Obviously we don't master it because we didn't create it. Whoever created the system, we didn't master the system. So we are participating in a system that we didn't create. That the nations that created the system, they're the one, of course, enjoying it. They're the one winning. So we're losing because they're the master of the system. We're just the possessor of the system. We don't master it. We don't understand it very well. So now the solution is Africans got to take a step back to where they missed their way. Go back to when they first met, when everything was introduced to them by Europeans. Go back to where the position they were when they were in their full when they were in their full humanity, being real people, and design a whole new direction for themselves, new system for themselves. Pull out of the UN, pull out of these anything designed by others, and design a way forward for yourself, and take that route. And then you can engage everybody from their position. You be in a position of strength because now you'll be the master of your own system. Everybody want to engage you, have to come through your system to deal with you. So they can't manipulate you, they can't outsmart you because it is your system. That's the solution to me.
Can I
But
go
when I
next?
tell Africans this, they'll say, "Oh, why are we going backward, man? You're going back. You should be going forward. You're not going. You're going forward, but you're not going. You're missing your way. You're going the wrong direction."
Can I go next?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Are you finished, Mike?
yeah. I'm done. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I want to still go back and talk to this guy on the chat. Ayoba and Pillow. I wish one day he could come on the panel and let me hear him express himself in English. But this is the thing. The colonial languages that we speak is not our language anyway. So for Africa to even go back to a spot where things can even go better, all these things that we do, all these colonial system languages. In fact, there has to be a decolonization because we actually value the European stuff more than we do value our own things. Um, it just makes no sense at all, right? So, my closing statement will be, um, I'm not a Pan Africanist, and I'm not fighting for Africans to unite. But I wish that every country can improve and be on a first world stage, like move from their comfort zone and go to a stage where people can actually say, "Wow, you're a first world country," instead of be comfortable with what you have now. Thank you, African Millennia, and I wish to come back on your panel some other day. Thank you.
No problem. You're always welcome.
Hey,
Anybody
can they
go?
also subscribe to my channel, please? Sorry about that. Jude Empire. I might be start doing live maybe next year or end of
Wow, Jude,
December.
you've been saying this forever. That's good. I'm gonna come subscribe.
Oh, okay, no problem, I'm busy.
Next year. That's a long time.
I
Can
know,
I go?
right? Yeah, go ahead.
I forgot earlier to answer a question that Afrisca Pivotal asked me. Well, I think when I speak, a lot of people misunderstand me, but trust me, I'm very consistent. I'll come back another day, another time, and add to what I said today. But Afriscope, when I talk about uh, Africans and the African issue, I don't mean to say that it's not going to change. I'm just creating awareness because I believe that when you acknowledge a problem, you can start elaborating solution for them. I'm not saying I don't believe African people are dumb at all. It's our ethic, our morals and ethic that is wrong. We are corrupted people. We are compromised human beings by whatever we went through, our colonization and that trauma we never dealt with. We're still operating from that angle. The way we view the world, the way we view ourselves, we were turned against ourselves. We are basically I always assimilate us to autoimmune disease when your body is fighting itself. That's how I view us, and I believe that we can. I mean, it's so easy to eradicate our illness. To be honest with you, you have to flip things over, refocus on ourselves, rediscover ourselves, start loving ourselves, okay, and develop some type of like oh god, I forgot the word. Have a sense of accountability. Accountability in Africa, in our country, doesn't exist. Anybody can do whatever they, as long as they have power, they're in a position of power, they have money. There is no sense of accountability, and that's what other people like the European they value stuff like that. If you are somewhere, they place you somewhere to do a job, and you don't do it, or you do it of a lesser quality, you're gonna have to like be accountable. You're gonna have to tell someone. I mean, answer to someone or to I don't know. But what I'm saying, we lack morals and ethic. To be honest with you, unless we really redefine ourselves and figure out exactly where we want to go, and put in place um I don't know, like policies to really gear our focus towards the direction we want to take. We're not going to go anywhere. We're going to come over here and pretend that we're doing well, but we're not. We are suffering. Our people are dying, suffering. I think that's it for me for today.
Thank you, love.
Oh, okay. Thank you. So we have Stoic One and Radical Negropean.
Okay, I'll get quick. I'm not gonna be too long. AM. Um, Africa, essentially the land of the Negroes. Essentially is right. No. Um, Africa for Africans. Only Africans can fix Africa. Only. There's no other outside parties going to fix Africa, except for the Africans. Intelligentsia, forward moving, is the only power that could fix Africa. Essentially, Africans, and that's what I'm gonna leave it. I'm gonna leave it there. Yeah, I'll leave it there.
True words. Definitely agree with you. And lastly, Radical Negropean.
No, I'm done giving my point already.
Okay. All right. Well, if that's everything, that's the end. I will see you guys. I don't know. Maybe I'll see you tomorrow. We'll see. But yeah, the
Thank you.
topic is gonna be on what Ameza talked about. Wait, what did she say again? Shoot. I'll rewind and I'll figure out the title. But guys, thanks once again for being here, and yeah, we'll talk soon.
Thank you. Thank you, love.